Right, student, fine. So we are, yes, everyone can hear me. Good. So we are going to start the financial ratio analysis that is relevant for your financial management lesson. So during our last sessions, we discussed and we got to know what are the things relevant to the financial management. And as I explained in previous sessions, previous sessions what explain kara, we are going to cover this lesson in three steps. So the first step or the first stage is about the introduction, and we discuss what are the financial decisions and the investment decisions, and those things we discussed in our initial sessions. Right now, today we are going to start the second session, in which what we are going to do is we are going to discuss the financial ratio analysis, or simply in other words, we can say financial statement analysis. Clear? So this is where you get some mathematical questions you have to work with. And so the second session, this is what we are going to start. So once we finish this part, we are moving to the final stage, that is the financial system. That is the third part, which will be discussed in our next session. Clear ne lawai? Okay neda? Right. එතකොට අපි මේ අද session එකේ පුතා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? අපි කතා කරන්නේ financial ratio analysis එක නැත්නම් financial statement analysis. Okay, right? Is that all right? Right. Very good. ළමයි, when it's come to ratio analysis, when it's come to ratio analysis, or we are calling this as even financial ratio analysis, or sometimes the same topic will also referred as financial statement analysis. So all these terms are used for the same thing. Now this is what you mean. Now I told you from the day we started, this is some kind of a lesson which is almost relevant with what? Accounting. මේක පුතා accounting එක්ක relevant වෙලා යන lesson එකක් තමයි financial management කියලා කියන්නේ. This is a situation where you will get uh, it will get proved. මේක තවත් නිකන් පොඩ්ඩක් confirm වෙන situation එකක් තමයි මෙන්න මේ situation එක. This is where you need to have some accounting knowledge, but don't worry, I will explain you certain things for the students those who are not doing accounting කරන්නේ නැති ළමයිටවත් පුතා මේක understand කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන විදියට I will teach you. Clearly, right? Good. But anyway, you will get some questions from this area definitely. So that is what we are going to discuss, right? Okay. Now you know, when it's come to financial statements, පුතා ඔයා දන්නවා financial statements කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා. Financial statements. Right. This is where we start our lesson, and this is where which provides a foundation for this ratio analysis. So the ratio analysis, why we are doing ratio analysis? Now, actually in this lesson, what we have to do, we have to learn certain ratios and how to calculate them. That's all what we have to learn. But I will have a small background. I will give you a small background knowledge why we are doing this, and why the reason why we are having this. Okay, then right now you know what you mean by financial statement. Financial statement, when it comes to financial statements, there are mainly three kinds of financial statements. What they are? Income statement, or as puta we can simply call this as profit and loss statement. This is what you typically what you are referring as profit and loss. Profit and loss, but the correct word is income statement. And most of the students, since most of our students are doing accounting, they might know because we have done now. This is where a statement which is prepared to calculate the net profit of the business for a particular period of time. This is the statement what we are doing. So that is one of our financial statements. Is that all right? Good. Then there's another financial statement called statement of financial position. Sorry. So FP, or we call this as even balance sheet. Sometimes we are calling this as the balance sheet, but nowadays we are not using the word balance sheet. Then balance sheet की word एक पुता आप use करना है, but those days we were using balance sheet for this statement, right? Good. Then there's another statement called cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. So these are the financial statements. So financial statements is all of these three documents or all these three statements are known as what? Financial statements. This is where financial statements why we are doing or why we are preparing financial statement for the students who are not doing accounting. Listen carefully. Why we are preparing all these three documents or what you call this as commonly known as the financial statements. Why we are doing this and why we are preparing them. The reason is since we want to communicate financial information to the stakeholders in order to make decisions about our business. So that is what we are doing and why we are doing the financial statements. Clearly. So what kind of financial statements we are preparing? Three kinds of them. What they are: income statement, balance statement of financial position, and the cash flow. These are the three kinds of financial statements we are preparing. Clear, Lamai? Why we are preparing? To give financial information to whom? To the stakeholders in order to make what? Decisions about the business. So that is what we are doing. Clearly. Lamai, the problem is then how we are getting a thing called ratio analysis. Lamai, listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. I have to make a current ratio analysis එකක් කරන්න මොකද්ද? Now you know these statements are very long statements. These statements are very lengthy statements. Sometimes these statements are very complicated and very complex statements these are. Because most of the students they might have prepared when they are doing accounting. Accounting වල පුතා ඔයා මේ statements ඔක්කොම හදනවා. Since you are kind of a familiar is there, so you can understand how complex they are, how complicated they are, and they are really sometimes they are very long and lengthy statements. So at a glance කියන්නේ පුතා මොකද්ද? බැලුව ගමන් නේ. At a glance you will not be able to get an idea by looking these statements because these statements are very long and also they are very descriptive as well as there are so many informations in this statement. So what we are going to do is ඉතින් පුතා මෙහෙමනේ දැන් ඔයගේ දිග statements ගොඩාක් ඔය එකපාර කියවලා you can't have a overall idea about the business. මේ statements ඔක්කොම පුතා මෙහෙම බලපුවා හිට දිගයි. අර දිග ලියුම් තියෙනන්නේ ඒ වගේ. හරි. මේවා දිගයි. එතකොට මේවා ඇතුලේ තමයි there are so many informations as well. There are so many information as well. So therefore, if you want to get a brief idea about the business at a glance, you won't be able to do that by looking at the financial statement. Therefore, we are using a kind of ratios to analyze these financial statements. By looking at those ratios, you will be able to get a brief understanding about the business. Simple ළමයි ඔන්න මම මෙහෙම කියන්නම්කෝ. මේ statement දිහා බලලා ඔයාට එක පාරට ළමයි business එක ගැන idea එකක් ගන්න බෑ. මොකද මේ statements ළමයි ගොඩක් දිගයි. ඒවා ගොඩක් information තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ළමයි ඒවා කියවන්න ගියපම ටිකක් සමහර වෙලාවට ඔයාට accounting knowledge එකක් නැත්නම් මේක කියවුවා කියලා ඔයාට understand කරගන්න බෑ. Therefore, what we are doing is we are using some kinds of ratios to analyze these statements. මේ statements වල තියෙන figures ටික අරගෙන statement එක ඇතුලේ තියෙන එක එක figures අරගෙන අපි ratios වගේක් හදනවා. ratio එකක් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා simply පුතා ratio එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ where there is a අර ඔයා දන්නවනේ උඩින් එකයි යටින් එකයි දාලා හදාගෙන ratio එකක් නේ. It's always you can give it like this නේ. ඔන්න ඔහම 2 to 3 දානවා නැත්නම් පුතා 2/3 ඔන්න ඔයගේ ඔහම දාගන්න එකක් නේ අපි ratio එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ මේ mathematics වල. So we are calculating some kinds of ratios, and by looking at those ratios even without reading all of these statements step by step, by looking at the ratios puta, you will be able to get a understand about that information quickly, as well as you will be able to get some brief understanding about the business completely. So that's why we are calculating the ratios. So why we are calculating the ratios? To give a quick understanding about the business without referring all these financial statements. Is that understood, Lamai? Okay, right. Then what do you mean by ratio analysis? Ratio analysis is a technique which is used to analyze the financial statements by calculating some kinds of ratios. Is that understood, Lamai? First of all, you have to have the topic. Ratio analysis. In brackets, you say financial statement analysis. Financial statement analysis. Clear there? Right. Financial statement analysis. Ratio analysis. Ratio analysis. In brackets, you say financial statement analysis. Right. Okay, good. Then, first of all, we have a technique. A technique. So, we are going to define what do you mean by this ratio analysis. Huh? A technique of analyzing the technique of analyzing a technique of analyzing financial statements. Financial statements. A technique of analyzing financial statements by calculating by calculating by calculating by calculating ratios by calculating ratios is known as financial ratio analysis. Is known as financial ratio analysis or financial statement analysis. Both are same. Huh? Financial statement analysis. Financial statement analysis. Right. Then have a small topic. Have a small topic. Have a small topic. Kinds of financial statements. Kinds of financial statements or types of financial statements. දැන් පුතා රේෂියෝ ඇනලිසිස් එකෙන් මොකද කරන්නේ? රේෂියෝ ඇනලිසිස් එකෙන් කරන්නේ මේ තියෙන ස්ටේට්මන්ට්ස් ටික ඇනලයිස් කරන එක. Clear? මේ ස්ටේට්මන්ට්ස් වල තියෙන ඒවා ඇනලයිස් කරලා ෆිගර්ස් විදියට අපි ප්‍රසන්ට් කරනවා. Clear? So that is what we are doing. So what are the types of financial statements we have? Right. Those who are doing accounting, they don't need to study them because they know. But for the sake of the students who are not doing accounting, write this topic. What is that? Types of financial statements. Yes, what they are? There are how many kinds of financial statements? There are 3 kinds of financial statements. What they are? Income statement. Yes, can also be known as profit and loss. Statement of financial position. That can be also known as balance sheet. Sometimes we call this as balance sheet. පුතා මේකට balance sheet කියලාත් කියනවා. Balance sheet. Right. And the next one or the third one is cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement. So these are the 3 kinds of financial statements. Is that all right? Good. Right. Lamai, now when we are calculating these ratios, from where we get the information for these ratios? Let me know. When we are calculating these ratios, from where we are getting the information for these ratios? Yes, where we are getting? Yes, we are getting the information or extracting the information for these calculations from these financial statements. එතකොට ළමයි අපි දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ මේ ratios calculate කරන්න කොහොමද කියලා. To calculate these ratios, from where we are getting the information? From one of the place of these statements. මේ statements තුනක් තියෙනවානේ. මේ statements තුනෙන් කොහේ හරි තියෙන information එකක් තමයි පුතා අපි use කරන්න මේවා calculate කරන්න. Clearද? Put a star mark and write. Put a star mark and write. To calculate the financial ratios, 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 all the relevant informations are extracted. All the relevant information is extracted. All the relevant information is extracted. Extracted කියලා කියන්නේ ළමයි ගන්නවා උපුටා ගන්නවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඒකට. Extracted from above 3 financial statements. from above three financial statement. That is what you wrote in the above part. Above three financial statements. Is that understood? So that is the introduction. What we have to do, very simple. We are going to calculate some ratios from where we are getting the information from the statement. What are the statements? Financial statements, yes, income statement, statement of financial position, and the cash flow. That's all. That is the introduction, right? Then have the next topic. Puta, no need to spend much time because it's not a very complicated process එකක් අපිට නෑ මේ financial ratios වල. This could be a kind of advanced thing when you are doing this at university or when you are doing it in professional courses. පුතා professionally මේක ඉගෙන ගන්නකොට professional course වල චාරඩ් වල සීමාවල or else or when you are following the degree, this could be a kind of a complicated lesson, but anyway in the advanced level we are just being asked to give you a certain understanding about the types of these ratios and how to calculate them. That's all. Clearly, right? Have the topic types of financial ratios. Types of financial ratios. Right, ratios. Right. Types of financial ratios. Right. Lamai, this is where we start our lesson. Now, there are four kinds of ratios you have to learn. Clear, Lamai? It does not mean there are four things you have to learn. There are four categories of financial ratios you have to learn. Under each category, there may be some one or two subcategories even. Clear? We have to learn kinds of four categories when it comes to financial ratios. So, first of all, we will have the four types of financial ratios. Financial ratios types mainly there are four kinds of financial ratios. First one is liquidity ratios. Liquidity ratios. Right. This is the first category you have to learn. මේක තමයි මුලින්ම ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ. Thereafter අපි අනිත් එක ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. Right. මුලින්ම අපි හතරම ලියාගමු ළමයි. Liquidity ratios, yes. Then profitability ratios. Profitability ratios. Profitability ratios. Then the third category is activity ratios. Then the final category is what you call as leverage. Leverage ratios. Or as we can call this as leverage ratio gearing ratios. Gearing. Gearing. Gearing ratios. Gearing ratios. Clear lamai? මෙන්න මේ categories ටික තමයි ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ. ඉතින් පුතා once we learn all of these categories, this part is over. Very simple. අමාරු දෙයක් නෑ. Very simple. At the same time පුතා once you know the logic behind this, මම මේක logically පුඩක් වාට කියලා දෙනවා. That will definitely won't be a difficult thing. මේක අමාරු නෑ. Market මේක පොඩ්ඩක් ඉගෙන ගත්තා, right? When it comes to liquidity ratios පුතා, there are two categories of liquidity ratios. Profitability ratios පුතා දෙකක් තුනක් අතර අපි ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. Activity ratios ඒකේ types කීපයක් තියෙනවා. Leverage ratios වල පුතා types කීපයක් තියෙනවා. all together අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙතන even though there are four categories, under each category there are some other one or two three categories are there. So altogether we are going to learn just around 10 ratios වගේ තමයි ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ. Clear, right? Okay, is that good? Right. So these are the four categories you are going to learn. Then first of all, we'll have the topic for liquidity ratios. දැන් අපි මුලින්ම ඉගෙන ගන්න යන්නේ liquidity ratios. Liquidity ratios. The first thing what we are going to learn is liquidity ratios. Right, okay, right. The liquidity ratios always make types දෙකක් තියෙනවා, but first of all we will have the general understanding about the liquidity ratios. First of all, the liquidity ratios කියලා කියන්නේ it always a kind of a ratio we are calculating to show how far we can settle our debts. දැන් මෙහෙමනේ හිතන්නකෝ දැන් ඔයාලට financial statements ඔක්කොම දෙනවා ඔයාගේ අතට. The business gives you all the financial statements to your hand. Clear? Now, by looking them, or even you spend lot of time on them, if you do not have a particular financial accounting knowledge as well, what එහෙම knowledge එකකුත් නැත්තම්, then you won't be able to understand how far this business is able to settle their debts. දැන් අර බිස්නස් එකක් වුණාම ළමයි යාටගේ ණය තියෙනවනේ සෙටල් කරන්න. ඒ කොච්චර යාට ඒකට ඇබිලිටි එකක් තියනවද කියන එක පුතා ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් ස්ටේට්මන්ට්ස් බලලා ඔයාට අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගන්න අමාරුයි if you do not have a particular accounting knowledge. So this is a kind of ratio we are calculating and giving a single value. By looking at that single value, the people can understand whether this business is in a situation where they can settle their debts or not. එතකොට පුතා මේ liquidity ratios අපි calculate කරන්නේ to show how far the business can settle their debts. Mainly මෙතනදී පුතා mainly debts අපි calculate කරන්නේ short term debts. Short term debts. Clear? So make objective එක මොකද්ද? What is the objective of calculating the liquidity ratios? To find the ability of settling short-term debts of the business. දැන් අපි කියනවානේ short-term debts තියෙනවා හිතන්නකෝ ඔයාගේ short-term debt එකක් කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. ඒක තේරුම් නැත්නම් මෙහාන. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ පුතා ඔයා බැංක් එකකින් ලොකු loan එකක් අරන් තියෙනවා. But you will get some more times or some future long period of time, maybe 5-6 years to settle that. So that is long-term settlements. That is also a debt, but you will get a long term to settle there. But you just think you just got some or borrowed some money from one of your friends. Or යාළුවගෙන් පොඩ්ඩක් රුපියල් 500ක් 1000ක් ඉල්ල ගත්තා. Can you drag that for 7 or 8 years or 10 years? No, you have to settle that in within another one day or even week or even within at least 1 month you will have to settle that. So that is what you call as short-term debts. Even in a business, you are having a kinds of short-term settlements. You have to do some short-term settlements. So those are the things what you call as short-term debts. And we are going to calculate how business or how far this business is having the ability of settling them. දැන් මේ වගේ අර ළඟ ගෙවන්න තියෙන loan තියෙනවනේ business එකේ. debts ටික තියෙනවා. ඒවා ගෙවන්න පුතා business එකට කොච්චර ability එකක් තියෙනවද කියලා බලන්න අපි ratios වගේක් calculate කරනවා. ඒ ratios වලට අපි කියනවා මොනවා ratios කියලාද? Liquidity ratios කියලා. Is that understood? එහෙනම් liquidity ratios වල in case at the exam if you ask what is the purpose of calculating liquidity ratios, what is the answer? To show the ability of or to measure the ability of, or even you can say show, or even you can say measure the ability of settling the short-term debts of the business. Is that understood? Right. Point එක ලියලා වැඩේ පටන් ගමු. අපි ලියමු. Right. First of all, you have to have the you need to have the topic liquidity ratio. That is the first category we are going to learn. Right. A kind of ratios which are calculated kind of ratios which are calculated to measure slash show. measure කියන්නත් පුතා කියන්නත් පුළුවන්, show කියන්නත් පුළුවන්. To calculate the kind of ratios which are calculated to measure or slash show the ability of the business to settle their short-term short term dips, short term dips, short term dips, short term dips. පුතා short term dips මෙන්න මේක අහගන්න මේ term එක හොඳට අහගන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මේකෙන් අපි measure කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? ability of the business to settle their short term dips. ඔන්න ඕක තමයි main word එක. short term dips. Clear? දැන් මේකේ ability. ඉතින් මේක අපි calculate කරාට පස්සේ තමයි we can understand whether this business is in a position to settle their short term debts or not. Clear? Very simple. හරි. පුතා මේකට equal word එකක් මම ඔයාලට කියලා දෙන්නම්. මේක exam එකේ අහන්න පුළුවන් තැනක්. So this is the මේ කියපු sentence එක one word කිව්වොත් ඕක one word වලින් මම කියලා දුන්නොත් this is what you call as short term insolvency. මේ කියපු sentence එක one term එකකින් මං කිව්වොත් මෙන්න මේක තමයි පුතා term එක. This is what you get, or sometimes the students struggle to understand. මේකේ meaning එක මහ ලොකු දෙයක් නෑ. short term insolvency කියලා term එකේ meaning එක තමයි මෙන්න මේක. The ability of the business to settle their debt. So as if the businesses have the ability to settle their short term debts, that means what? They are insolvent. They are insolvent. Clear? They are insolvent regarding their short terms. ඒ කියන්නේ පුතා වාට ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් කියන එකනේ. වාට ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මේ insolvents කියන එකේ solvents and insolvents කියන්නේ solvents කියලා කියන එක පුතාට බංකොලොත් වෙනවා කියන එකනේ. බංකොලොත් bankrupt වෙනවා කියන එක. insolvents කියලා කියන්නේ bankrupt වෙනවා නෑ. හැබැයි මොනවයිද short term පැත්තේ. ඒ කියන්නේ short term liabilities ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්. නේ? Clear? දැන් වාට හිතන්නකෝ දැන් යාළුවා ගිහලා ගත්ත 500 ගෙවා ගන්න බැහැනවා insolvent. solvent. Sorry, solvent. Means but what එක ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් ඉල්ලපු ගා ආයෙනවා insolvent. Clear? So that is what we are going to calculate, or we are going to have an idea regarding this by calculating what? Liquidity ratios. Is that understood? Right? Good. එහෙනම් මෙන්න මෙතන star mark එකක් දාලා ලියන්න ඕනේ. star mark එකක් දාන්න පුතා පල්ලෙහායි. Liquidity ratios calculates liquidity ratios measures කියලා ගන්න පුතා. Liquidity ratios measure the short term insolvency. මේ same meaning එක තමයි හරිනේ. short term insolvency of a business. short term insolvency of a business. short term insolvency of a business. Right. Right, good there. Right. Buta, when it's come to liquidity ratios, there are two kinds of liquidity ratios. Types of liquidity ratios. Topic types of liquidity ratios. Now we are discussing the liquidity ratios. How many types of liquidity ratios we have? Two kinds of liquidity ratios we have. Yes. Mainly අපි ඉගෙන ගන්න පුතා මේ categories ටික විතරයි. There are some more types of ratios, but that is not relevant for your syllabus. ඔයාගේ syllabus එකේ ඒවා නැහැ. ඔයාගේ liquidity ratios දෙකයි මෙතන අපි discuss කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. Mainly කොහොමද මේ දෙක තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Right. Anyway, right මොකද පුතා එතකොට එක first one current ratio. First of all have the topic current ratio. Right. පුතා current ratio එක now you know then since during our last sessions we know the short term debts should be settled by short term assets. The short term debt එක පුතා අපි settle කරන්නේ මොන assets වලින්ද? short term debts assets වලින්. Clear? What do you mean by short term assets? Short term assets are what you call as the current assets. Current assets නේ. Current assets. This is what you call as current assets. Then what do you mean by short-term debts are what you call as current liabilities. So this is how you calculate the current ratio. ඉතින් පුතා current ratio එක calculate කරන්න ඔන්න ඔය විදිහට. ඔයාගේ current assets ටික ගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? You know, in your statement of financial position, out of the three statements, අපි දන්නවා statements තුනක් තියෙනවානේ. These are the three statements we are using to get the information for the calculation of ratios, right? Out of them, this one, in this case, you can find what හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් current assets කොච්චරක් තියනවාද, current liabilities කොච්චරක් තියනවාද කියලා. Clear? So once you divide this current assets by current liabilities, that is the answer for the current ratios. That is what you have to learn. That's all. එච්චරයි. Clear? Right. එහෙනම් පුතා දාන topic එකක් current ratio. Current ratio. එතකොට මේකෙන් පෙන්වන්නේ මොකද්ද පුතා මේකේ? දැන් මේ totally ගත්තොත් මේක ඇවිල්ලා මොන category එකේ දෙන්නේ? Liquidity category එකකින් එන්නේ. Liquidity category anyway shows the short term insolvency. Clear? Right. Anyway, now this shows the relationship between what and what? Current assets and the current liabilities. Understood? ඒ කියන්නේ පුතාට current liabilities for an example මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ. Current liabilities are the short term things you have to settle. Let's say you are having 500. But let's say you are having 1,000 assets against that, which means what? To settle this much of amount, you have this much of amount. Is that good or bad? It is really good. ඔයාට settle කරන්න තියෙන මෙච්චරයි. short term එකේ ඉස්සරහට ගෙවන්න තියෙන්නේ මිනිසුන්ට ගෙවන්න තියෙන්නේ settlements යන්න තියෙන debt settlements තියෙන මෙච්චරයි 500. හැබැයි ඔයාගාව ළමයි අපේ සල්ලි තියෙනවා, assets තියෙනවා, current assets තියෙනවා කීයද? 1,000. Which means what? You have 2 times more than the debts. ඔයාගේ debts වලට වගේ double වගේ අතේ තියෙන. එහෙනම් ඔයා හොඳයිද නැද්ද? You are really good. අන්න ඒක තමයි පුතා මෙතනින් අල්ලන්නේ. Is that understood? Clear? අපි හිතමු ඔක අනිත් පැත්ත උනා කියලා මෙහෙමයි. ඔයාගේ assets තියෙන 500 but you have 1,000 settlements within the next period, short term debts you have to settle. Is that good? No. ඔයාගේ 1000ක් මිනිස්සු ඉල්ලන්න එනවා. There are people are coming next week or next month, people are coming and asking you to settle 1,000 but you just have only 500, which is very bad situation. That is a situation where මෙන්න මේ situation එකේ පුතා ඔයා මොකද්ද? ඔයා solvent. Clear? එහෙනම් ඔයාට settlement එක කරන්න බෑ. Clear? පුතා solvent කියන word එකේ ඔයා මොකද්ද meaning එක දන්නව නේද? Solvent කියන්නේ බංකොලොත්. Bankrupt කියන එකම තමයි. මොකක්ද ඒකේ meaning එක? Yes. If you are a person who cannot settle your debts, you are a bankrupt person or you are a solvent person. Solvent. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයා බංකොලොත් කියලා ළමයි අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ගන්නේ බංකොලොත් කියන එක වචනේ meaning එක මොකද්ද? ඔයාට ඔයාගේ debt settle කරන්න තරම්වත් income එකක් asset එකක් ඔයාගේ අතේ නැත්තම් ඔයා බංකොලොත්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයා solvent. Clear ළමයි? Understood? Is that understood? තොර solvent කියන එකේ තමයි මේකෙන් calculate කරන්නේ. දැන් මේ බලන්න මෙතන situation එක මොකද්ද? මෙච්චරක් ගෙවන්න තියෙනවා 500,000 ගෙවන්න තියෙනවා 500 you have. Are you solvent or not? You are solvent. ඒක තමයි මේකෙන් calculate කරලා පෙන්නන්නේ. ගෙවා ගන්න සල්ලි නෑ. දැන් 1000ක් ඉල්ලනකොට දෙන්න තියෙන 500. ඉතුරු 500 minus යනවා. Clear? හැබැයි මේ situation එකේ you are insolvent. මේ situation එකේ you are insolvent, which means what? You have thousands. When the people are asking 500, you can just pay it and the remaining part will on your head. Clear? අන්න ඒක තමයි පුතා මෙතනින් calculate කරන්නේ. That's understood නේද? Right. Good නේද? Right. අපි ලියමු current ratio. A ratio which shows the relationship between a ratio which shows the relationship between current assets and current liabilities. 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 Okay, then right. Have the formula, put the formula clear. Current ratio equals current assets divided by current liabilities. 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 right, good there, right, okay. Put a star mark and right. Palyan put a star mark at the alien. Put now. Uh, it is said that if your current ratio is 2 to 1, 2 to 1, which means what? You have two current assets to settle one current liability. Clear there? 2 to 1 now. Kila kiyano. 2 to 1 num neme 2 to 1 num kiyane. Harini. Right. If your current ratio is 2 to 1, then it is the standard you need to have. It is that is how it has been mentioned in the financial management. Financial management only puta there's a standard of you need to have. I this is the minimum. කියන්නේ මේක තමයි හොඳ level එකක් කියලා කියනවා. ඔයාගේ current එක liability එකක් settle කරන්න, එක liability එකක් settle කරන්න you need to have how many assets? Two assets තියෙනවා නම් that is the standard level you need to have. අන්නේ point එක ළමයි exam එකේ අහන්න පුළුවන්. අපි ලියමු. Put a star mark and write. Put a star mark and write. Put a star mark and write. Yes. According to the standard, it is said that, according to the standard, it is said that the current ratio should be 2 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1, 2 to 1 के लिए दान पुता मैं बताया 2 to 1 दान ने 2 to 1 हाँ अरे डॉट देगा मैथमेटिक्स आप यूज करने एक 2 to 1 between current assets and current liabilities. ඒතර මේ මුලින්ම කියන්නේ පුතා current asset එක ගැන. ඕන දන්නවනේ mathematically මේවා ඉතින් mathematics නේ මුලින්ම අපි always mention කරන්නේ ඉස්සරහින් තියෙන එක. right 2 to 1 current assets to current liabilities. Current assets to current liabilities. දැන් මෙන්න මේ situation එක එහෙම තියෙන්නේ මේ. මෙතන 2යි මෙතන 1යි නේ. එහෙනම් ඔන්න ඔය වගේ situation එකක් තියෙනවා නම් හොඳයි කියලා අපි කියනවා. Current ratio එක. Right, good. That's all. Clear නේ? Right. එතකොට පුතා we were discussing about the liquidity ratios. That is the category, first category we are referring to. Now, when it's come to liquidity ratios, there are two kinds of liquidity ratio. Puta types dekak තියෙන liquidity ratios. The first one is what? Current ratio, and the second one is what you known as the quick ratio. මේකේ second type එක තමයි ළමයි මොකක්ද? Quick ratio. Quick ratio. එහෙනම් have the topic quick ratio. Quick ratio. Sometimes this is also called as acid ratio. Make it acid ratio කියලා කියනවා, but in your syllabus the term they have used is quick ratio. Other than that පුතා මේකට acid ratio කියලාත් කියනවා. Acid. Right, look at this one carefully අහන්න ඕනේ. Those who do not know accounting කරලා නැති ළමයි මේක අහන්න ඕනේ. When we are listing current assets in our statement of financial position. පුතා statement of financial position එකේ අපි දාගන්නකොට මෙන්න මේ current assets ටික list කරනකොට there is an order where we have to list them. Clear? First of all, we are listing the stocks. Thereafter, we are going to list trade receivables, or simply we call this as තමයි මොනවද මේගොල්ලන්ට කියන්නේ debtors. Thereafter we can list the prepaid expenses. Prepaid expenses. And finally if there are any other receivables, you can list them. Receivables, if there are some more receivables, you can list them thereafter. Finally, we are listing cash and cash equivalents. cash and cash equal. This is the order where we are listing the current assets. මේක ඔයා දන්නවනේ ළමයි accounting කරන ළමයිට ඔයා දන්නවා. ළමයි. This is we are listing them according to the liquidity base. So the most liquid assets are listed at the bottom. අත්තම පුතා ඔයා දන්නවා liquidity කියන term එකේ mean එක දන්නව නේද? මේ අහන්න. Liquidity, sorry. Liquidity means how fast you can convert your assets into cash. That is what you mean by liquidity. Liquidity කියලා කියන්නේ පුතා ආගාව තියෙන මොකක් හරි asset එකක් how fast කොච්චර ඉක්මනට ඔයාට ඒක සල්ලි වලට convert කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. Clear? When you are now you know the cash is always in the cash form. So there is no any other requirement to convert them into cash again. Now cash තියෙන පුතා කොහොමත් cash එහෙනම් cash is the most or the cash is the asset which has the highest liquidity. වැඩිම liquidity එකක් තියෙන මොකද්ද? මෙයා. ඇයි මෙයා cash එකයි convert කරන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. පුතා receivables, yes, you have the next one, the level. And thereafter prepaid expenses, some kind of. Trade receivables, yes, some kind of. At the same time, stocks are there. Clear? Now, Lamai, when it's come to this, you can understand. Now all of them දැන් අපි බලන්නේ මොකද්ද පුතා අර current ratio එකේදී අපි බැලුවේ මෙන්න මේ current assets ටික divide කරලා බැලුවා current liabilities වලින් නේ. Yes, that is understood. Now the meaning of this quick ratio එකේදී කරන්නේ මේකේ තියෙන assets වලින් අපි සමහර ඒවා ගන්නෙ නැහැ. Why we are not taking? Now you can understand. Now you can say, look at this one, prepaid expenses. Look at this one, stocks. Prepaid expenses and stocks. Now I think this one when make a පුඩා උඩින් ලියාගෙන හරිය trade receivables you can write it down. මේක මේ දෙක මාරුණා කියලා ලොකු problem එකක් නෑ. Trade receivable you can write it down and prepaid expenses you can even write it in the before after stocks වලට පස්සේ ලියුවොත් that's all right. ඒක nothing much but anyway දැන් මේ ටික පොඩ්ඩක් හිතන්නකෝ පුතා. දැන් even though දැන් ඔයාට පුතා දැන් අපි බලන්නේ ඔයාගේ තියෙන short term debts ටික කොච්චර settle කරන්න ඔයාගාව assets තියෙනවද මේ තියෙන assets ටික. Now look at logically පොඩ්ඩක් ඔයා හිතන්න, think in logical manner. Even though you have these stocks and these prepaid expenses, can you convert them into cash when you are settling your current liabilities back? And it would take some times to convert your stock into cash. It may take some times. එක වෙලාවක් යනවා. It is taking your time. Clear? At the same time, prepaid expenses means what? The expenses you have paid in advance. Prepaid expenses can even, for an example, let's say you have paid 2,500 rupees more to your electricity bill. To Leco. Leco ලට ගෙවලා තියෙනවා පුතා වැඩිපුරත් එක්ක රුපියල් 2500ක් ගෙවලා තියෙනවා. That is a kind of a prepaid expense. Now, can you ask or get the refund of the 2,500 from Leco? No. Or take a කරන්න බෑ. or prepaid ගෙවපු එක පුතා what will you have is you will be able to set off that amount in your next bill. Other than that, you can't ask cash once you paid in advance. Clear? Therefore, when we actually, if you are taking these two, stock value and the prepaid value, when we are calculating the short-term insolvency, it gives you some kind of wrong meaning. එතකොට පුතා ඇත්තටම දැන් මේ current assets divided by current liabilities කියවා මේක ඇතුලේ මොනවද තියෙනවද? අර කිව්ව stock එක තියෙනවා. At the same time මේක ඇතුලේ prepaid expense එකත් එක්ක මේ අරන් තියෙන්නේ. Clear? But ළමයි ඒක logically පොඩ්ඩක් විතර වැරදි නේද? ඒවා ඒකේ තියෙන සල්ලි ඇත්තටම stock එක සල්ලි කරන්න ළමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවක් යනවා. ඔයාගාව තියෙන බඩු ටික විකුණලා පුතා සල්ලි කරන්න වෙන්නේ. So it will take some times. Prepaid expenses, as I explained you, which is not in a situation you will be able to get it back. What ආයේ එක ඉල්ල ගන්න බෑ. ඔයාගේ දැන් කිව්වයි කියලා තමයි මේක කියලා. ඔයාගෙන් දැන් loan එකක් ගත්ත කෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉල්ලනවා. දැන් ඔයාලා එක එකට කෝල් කරලා කියනවා මම මේ ඔයාට 1500 වැඩිපුර ගෙවලා තියෙනවනේ ඒක මට ආපහු දෙන්න කියලා. will Leko give it? No. ඒතකොට ඔයාට ඇත්තටම පුතා ඒක use කරන්න බෑ. But we have considered those two things when we are calculating the current ratio, which is a kind, it is not wrong, but it gives you a kind of a misleading understanding. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් misleading වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඇත්තටම ළමයි මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන stock එකයි prepaid expense තුයාට use කරන්න බෑ. මේ කියන current liability settle කරන්න. ඒකින්ද මොකද කියන්නේ? Thereafter we are formulating another better ratio, that is what you call as quick ratio. When we are calculating the quick ratio, similar to this, we are taking current liabilities. We are taking current liabilities අපි ගන්නවා. Yes, but when we are taking the current assets, lamai, you have to remove those two things. What those two things are? Stock and the prepaid expenses. Puta ayin karla balance current asset tika vitarai ganne. Then you can understand when we are taking the current assets when to calculate the quick ratio, we are not taking this one and not taking this one. Only these three things will be taken. මේක එතකොට receivables ඒ ටික ගන්න පුළුවන්. ක්ලියර්ද? එතකොට මේ ටික නැතුව ඊටු ටික ගන්නවා. එහෙම පුතා current assets වලින් මේ ටික නැතුව මේ දෙන්න නැතුව ගත්තොත් අපි එතකොට කියන්නේ current assets නෙමෙයි. එතකොට අපි ඒකට කියන්නේ word එක මොකද්ද? quick assets කියලා අපි කියනවා. ඇයි මේ quick asset එකයි current asset එකයි difference එක මොකද්ද? current asset එකේ stock එකයි prepaid expense එකයි තියෙනවා. quick asset එකේ දෙක remove කරලා තියෙන්නේ. So here you have to take quick assets only, which means what? Out of the current assets you have to remove what? Stocks and the prepaid expenses. Clear? එතකොට තමයි quick asset එක ඉන්නේ. Is that all right? Is that all right? මේකට පුතා quick asset කියලාත් කියනවා, liquid assets කියලාත් කියනවා. Liquid assets, which means what? The asset which has the highest liquidity. Clear? ඒ ටික විතරයි ගන්න. Quick assets or the liquid assets විතරයි අපි ගන්න. Is that understood? So compared to the current ratio, this is giving a more or kind of a very fair meaning. මේක අත්තර පුතා ටිකක් fair අඩුයි. නිකන් මොකද මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන stock එක ඇත්තටම අපිට use කරන්න බෑ පුතා current liability settle කරන්න. prepaid expense එක use කරන්න බෑ ඇත්තට. එහෙම ගත්තට නේ. ඇයි ඒවා ගෙවල ඒවා අපි දීලා ඉවරයි. ඒවා convert කරන්න cash වල වෙලා යනවා. හැබැයි මෙතනදී පුතා අපි හරියටම ගන්න අපි ඇත්තටම cash දැන් trade debtors ලා කියන කට්ටිය නැත්තම් trade receivables කියලා ඒවා ටක් ගාලා call එකක් දීලා සල්ලි ඉල්ල ගන්න පුළුවන් ඒගොල්ලෝ. Cash is anyway in the form of the cash. So you can use them to settle your liability. So this gives you a more fair understanding about your short-term solvency than current ratio. Current ratio එකට වඩා පුතා short-term solvency එකට හොඳ fair meaning එකක් දෙන්නේ මෙන්න මෙයා. ඒක තමයි මේ දෙන්නව calculate කරන්නේ. මෙයාගෙනුත් okay. හැබැයි මෙයා better. මෙයා okay, මෙයා better. හරිනේ. clear නේ තේරෙනවනේ ඔය දෙකේ difference එක right. අපි ලියමු quick ratio. Any questions? Let me know. Chat එකේ දාන්න ළමයි. If you have any questions, right? අපි ලියමු quick ratio. A ratio which shows the relationship between liquid assets ඒකටම කියන අනිත් term එක මොකක්ද ළමයි? quick assets. Liquid assets / quick assets and current liabilities. Clear there? Right. Have the ratio. පල්ලෙන් ලියන්න ළමයි ratio එක ලියන්න ඕනේ. Quick ratio equals quick assets or liquid assets divided by current liabilities. divided by current liabilities, divided by current liabilities, divided by current liabilities. Right, put a star mark below the formula and write, put a star mark below the formula and write liquid assets equals, liquid assets equal, liquid assets equals ඒක දාන්න පුළුවන් liquid asset එක කොහොමද calculate කරන්නේ current asset minus කොහොමද ලියන්නේ මෙහෙම ලියන්නේ liquid assets, liquid asset එක හොයාගන්න කොහොමද කියන එක ලියන්න බෑ current assets minus what stock plus prepaid expenses or prepaids මේ දෙකේ ළමයි total එක අඩු කර ගන්න ඕන current asset එකෙන්. එතකොට ළමයි you are getting the liquid assets or we call this as quick assets. මේකට quick assets කියලාත් කියනවා. Quick assets clear the done. Is that all right? Right. ළමයි අර as we mentioned previously there's a standard you need to have. Now earlier we mentioned that for current ratios the standard is 2 to 1. So here quick ratio it is said that better to have 1 to 1 standard. 1 to 1 standard එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා තමයි කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ which means what? You need to have one quick assets or liquid assets to settle current liabilities. එතකොට මේක තමයි normal standard එක. මේකේ standard එක මොකක්ද ළමයි 2 to 1. එතකොට ඒ දේවල් පොඩ්ඩක් understand කරගන්න ඕනේ. ඔය MCQs වල අහන්න පුළුවන්. right අපි ලියමු. It is said that 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 2 to 1 sorry 1 to 1 sorry 1 to 1 1 to 1 of 1 to 1 of quick assets to current liabilities or liquid assets to current liabilities both are correct liquid assets to current liabilities is the standard to have is the standard to have is the standard to have when it's come to quick ratio is the standard to have when it's come to quick ratio. So quick ratio එක නම් ළමයි standard එකේ කියනවා ඒක 1 to 1 තියනවා නම් හොඳයි කියලා. මේකේ කියනවා current ratio එකේදී ඒක 2 to 1 නම් okay කියලා එක තමයි කියන්නේ. Clear? Right. Understood it? Right. Good. So I have shared you one of the document in your groups. පුතා මම group එකේ දාලා ඇති document එකක්. This one. මෙන්න මේ document එක. Here නේ. Right. Make there are some examples. So now the liquidity category is over. ඔන්න පුතා liquidity ratio category එක ඉවරයි. දැන් categories හතරයිනේ අපිට ඉගෙන ගන්න තියෙන්නේ. Yes. Out of them first category is totally over. We just learned only two things, quick ratio and the current ratio. Those are the two kinds of liquid ratios and we are going to make a small calculation to give you a practical understanding. එතකොට මේ document එක මේ tute එක පුතා I have sent you in the what do you call groups so you can find that so we are going to do right good day right අපි බලමු නේද ටක් ගාලා මේක හදන්න right so the following information is relevant to Ruan's business as Ruan's and Kamas පුතා මෙතන එන්න ඕන Ruan's and Kamas business as of 31st March 2026 okay right so පුතා businesses දෙකක් දීලා තියෙනවා there are two businesses you have been given clear and they are asking you to calculate the current ratio and the quick ratio for both the businesses first of all that is what you have been asked to do clear shall we do it right අපි කරමු ළමයි ටක් ගාලා කරමු right Right. So first of all, they are asking you to calculate. Right. Good. And we'll take this as हर अभी मेवा के presentation එකක් දාමු මේකට. Right. Kamal's business මේක කමල් අපි තියෙන names දෙකම රුවන් and කමල් නේද රුවන්. This is Ruwan and this is Kamal. Kamal. Yes. First of all, you have to take what are the amounts of current assets and what are the amounts of current liabilities of both of these business because they have given the information jumbled. They jumble kala dila තියෙනවා මුලින්ම filter කළා ගන්න ඕනේ. Yes. What are the current assets you are getting? So අපි ගමු first one. මේ බලන්න. Current assets. Current assets. First of all, you have to take the trade receivables. මේ බලන්න. Here. Trade receivable. Is that a current asset? මෙතන පුතා current assets ටික current liabilities ටිකයි අපි name කරගමු ටක් ගාලා නේ. Right. Current asset, trade payable, is that a current asset or a current liability? This is a current liability. Trade payables. Expenses paid in advance, current assets, sorry. Current assets. Asset. Clear? Trade receivables, yes, assets. Then accrued expenses, current liabilities. Closing stock, current asset. Cash in hand or equivalents, that is also current asset. Other short-term liabilities, those are current liabilities. එහෙනම් ඔයා පුතා මේ ටික amalgamate කරලා ගන්න. එතකොට ඔයාලට පුළුවන් business දෙකේම current assets ටිකයි current liabilities ටිකයි ගන්න. Clear නේ? Right. අපි කරමු. So trade receivables, trade receivables. Ruan's business we have 5,000. And here we have 3,000. Look at the one trade receivables. First of all, I took trade receivables. Trade receivables 4,000. Sorry, it should be 4,000 and 4,000. Yes, 4,000 and 4,000. Yes, 4,000 and 4,000. Sorry. Four thousand, 4,000. Then cash. We make it all එකටම යමු ළමයි ඒක lazy right. Trade payables බාන පුතා කීයක් තියාවේ? Trade payable that is a current liability ना 4,000 8,000 trade payables current liabilities under current liabilities you have to take trade payables 4,000 8,000. Clear there? Right. ඊළඟට බාන ඊළඟ point එක. Expenses paid in advance 5,000 3,000. Those are current assets. Prepaid expenses, those are what you call as prepaid expenses. 3,000, 5,000. 3,000, 5,000. Sorry, it should be other way around. අනිත් පැත්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ. මේක 5,000, 3,000. 5,000, 3,000. Clear? Right. Trade receivables we took. अब trade receivables ගත්ත පුතා මුලින්ම. Thereafter accrued expenses 8,000, 3,000. Accrued expenses, accrued expenses 8,000, 3,000. 8,000, 3,000. Stocks 10,000, 6,000. Stocks 10,000, 6,000. You can refer your tunes. මම මෙතන පුතා අනිත් පැත්ත මගේ තියෙන හින්දා මම මේක ගන්නෙ. Yes. ඊළඟට cash 25,000, 7,000. 25,000, 7,000. Cash 25,000, 7,000. And finally, other short-term liabilities 5,000, 9,000. Other short-term liabilities 5,000, 9,000. 5,000, 9,000. Now you can get the current assets of one business and current assets of commerce business at the same time. Current liabilities of one business and the current liabilities of commerce business. Then පුතා calculate කරගන්න පුළුවන්, right? Take yes. 9,000, 30, 35, 40, 44,000. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 44,000. Here you are getting 4, 8, 12, 17,000. Correct? Yes. Here you are getting 4,000, 3,000, 7,000, 14,000, 20,000. Here you are getting 8,000, 3,000, 11,000, and also you are getting 20,000. With 20,000, 20,000. You are getting 20,000. Clear, right? Now you can calculate. Current ratio calculate current ratio equals. Current ratio calculate method calculate current ratio. First of all, we are calculating the current ratio. Current ratio calculate current ratio. Yes, sorry, right? Current ratio. How to calculate the current ratio? Current assets should be divided by current liabilities. So you have to write the formula. Puta liyanna formula එක. I am not going to write the formula because since I am just making that in one of the columns. So I යටින් හදන්න මේක හදලා යටින් හදන්නවා. Clear? I will make it here, but you have to write the formula and do it below the calculation. Right? First of all, රුවන්ගේ business එකේ calculate කරන්න. Current assets. Yes, current assets. How much you have? 44,000. 44,000 divided by current liabilities 17,000. This is for whom? This is for Ruan. May Ruan give business again. Clear? Right. So then when you are calculating for commerce business on the commerce commerce business 20,000 should be divided by again 20,000 because your current assets and the current liabilities you have the same value. Clear? Once you divide this, පුතා මෙතන divide කරලා ගන්න. ආගේ value එක කීයද එන්නේ? value එක කීයද එන්නේ? 44,000 should be divided by 17,000. 44,000 should be divided by 17,000. 44,000 divided by 17,000, you are getting 2.5. 2.5. 2.5 is your answer. Or is 2.5 key the 2.58 again, 2.58. Yes. Commerce business 1. Answer is 1. Commerce business answer is 1. I will make it in yellow. 1. Clear? Which means පුතා දැන් මෙතන හැමතිස්සෙම once you get your answer there is a behind one also. දැන් මෙතන පුතා හරිනම් එන්න ඕනේ මෙහෙම 1 to 1 එන්න ඕනේ නේ. ඇයි? because අපි හැමතිස්සෙම පුතා මේ පල්ලෙහෙන් තියෙන value එක 1 වෙනකන් අපි solving නේ. understood in mathematics නේ ඔය mathematics මේක once you divide it this the answer gives always this answer to 1. එහෙමනේ දෙන්නේ. ඇයි මේ always අපි මේ පල්ලෙහෙන් තියෙන value එක 1 වෙනකන් තමයි අපි divide කරන්නේ. clearද? good. ඒතර මෙතනක් තියෙන පුතා 0.1 නේ. ඔහොම එන්නේ. ආන්සර් එක ඔහොම එන්නේ අපි ලිව්වට අර විදියට. clearද? is that understood? good. Right. So this is how we are calculating the current ratio. Now we are going to calculate the quick ratio. Then quick ratio calculate කරන්න පුතා. Quick ratio. When you are calculating quick ratio for one, the lower part is the same. Then current liabilities වල difference එකක් වෙනවද ළමයි නැහැ. But the current assets, not the current assets you have to take. You have to take the liquid asset or the quick assets ගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට පුතා ඔයා මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? මෙන්න මේ value එකෙන් ඔයා remove කරගන්න ඕනේ pass දෙක මොකද්ද? මොනවාද pass දෙකක් තියෙන remove කරා. මොනවාද remove කරන්නේ? stock එකේ value එකයි prepaid expense එකයි remove කරගන්න වෙනවා. Clear? Which means what? Out of 44,000, you have to remove these two values, which is 15,000 from that, right? So 15,000 අඩු කරලා ළමයි කීයද එන්නේ? 10 අඩු කරොත් 34 29,000 නේ? Yes, 29,000. So you are getting 29,000 here. 29,000. So you have to remove these two values. Clear? Right. Right. Then when you are calculating for Kamal, you have to do the same. The current liabilities are almost the same, 20,000, but when you are taking, we are not taking the current assets, we have to take the quick asset, which means what? You have to remove these two values from this value again, which is almost 9,000. So which is, you are getting 11,000. 11,000. Clear there? So you are getting here you are getting a value calculator එකෙන් හදාගන්න ළමයි කීයද 1.7 නේ. Yes, 1.7. This is the value you are getting, and once you divide the 11,000 by 20,000, you are getting 0.5. Why? This is the values you are getting. Clear ළමයි? Is that understood? කොහොමද හැදුවේ කියලා තේරුණා නේද? Is that understood? Understood? Right, good. Clear නේද? Okay නේද ළමයි? Good. Is that all right? Right. So this is how we are calculating. පුතා මේ question එකේ අහනවා ඊළඟට. So if you want you can have a screenshot and නැත්තම් calculation ආව නේද ඔක්කොගේම. හරි නේද? Yes. දැන් මෙතන හැමතිස්සෙම පුතා මොකක් තියෙනවද? Yes. මෙතන පිටිපස්සෙන් එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. හරිනේ? එක තියෙනවා. එක තියෙනවා. ඒක ඔළුවේ තියෙන හැමතිස්සෙම ඒක තමයි ratio එක. හරිනේ? Right. අපි ලියන්නේ නැහැ ළමයි ඒක ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ but you have to have that in your mind මොකද මේක mathematics වල මේ අන්තිමට එකක් එනවා ratio එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ එහෙම තමයි එකට මෙච්චරක් කියලා අපි හැමතිස්සෙම හදන්නේ we are calculating always when we are doing a division it gives you the answer for 1 to this value නේ එකට මෙච්චරක් කියලානේ answer එකක් දෙන්නේ ඒතකොට ඒක තියෙනවා හැබැයි අපි ලියන්නේ නැහැ ළමයි මේ values but you have to have that in your mind ඔය ඔළුවේ තියෙන්න ඕනේ මෙන්න මේක clear okay then good. Then, right. Question is asking either question එක අහන පුතා මේ බලන්න look at this one. Look at this one. Then this part is done. ना මේ part එක අපි කරා. This is what we did. Calculate the quick ratio and the current ratios we have done. And second part they are asking මේක අහන බලන්න interpret your opinion about both businesses in terms of liquidity. තමයි out of these two businesses out of these two businesses let me know which one is better. Look at this one පුතා current ratio එක හරිනම් තියෙන standard එක මොකද 2 to 1 but මෙයාට තියෙනවා පුතා 2.85 to 1 එහෙනම් මෙයා හොඳයි මෙයාගේ මොකද 1 තියෙන එහෙනම් මෙයා හොඳ නැහැ current ratio in terms of current ratio who is good this man one's business is good clear. When it's come to quick ratio, you know it should be around 1 to 1. Now this man is having what? 1.7 to 1. He's really good, but this man is below 1 to 1. එහෙනම් මෙයා හොඳ නැහැ. එහෙනම් in terms of both the businesses, in terms of both the ratios, who is good? Who is good? Who's better? Yes, one business is better because he has the values over the standard අපි standard එකක් හදාගත්තේ 2 to 1 එකයි 1 to 1 එකයි කියලා current ratio නම් 2 to 1 quick ratio නම් 1 to 1 ඒකට වඩා පුතා වැඩියෙන් තියෙන්නේ කාගේ business එකේද දෙකම in terms of both the ratios one's business is good එන අපි ලියමු point එක ලියන්න ඒක answer එක ගත්ත හැටි understood ද interpret කරන්න කියන්න පුළුවන් ළම exam එකේදී there may be they will ask you to interpret your answer මේකේ answer එක interpret කරන්න yes interpret which means what yes අපි ලියමු second point again second question in terms of current ratio 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 Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business since in terms of current ratio Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business since Ruan has 2.58 current assets 2.58 current assets to settle one current liability to one current liability මෙයාට පුතා මේ බාර current assets කීයක් තියෙනවද 2.58 තියෙනවා to settle one current liability මෙයාට තියෙන කීයද එකයි තියෙන්නේ මෙයාට එකට එක යන්නේ මෙයාගේ එහෙනම් මෙයා හොඳයි clear නේද තේරෙනවනේ right second point එක ඒකෙම another point in terms of quick ratio Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business since 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 Ruan has 1.7 quick assets, 1.7 quick assets or liquid assets. Okay, 1.7 liquid assets or quick assets to settle one current liability. To settle one current liability. Clearly, understood. Right. Final question. Look at this one. They are asking which explain which business is more efficient. Business efficient, the word efficient, other than the word which business is better. Okay, which one is good? Yes, compared to when we are comparing all of these ratios, Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business. Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business as an overall. As an overall. As an overall, Ruan's business is better than Kamal's business. මොකද රුවන්ගේ business එකේ තමයි ratios ඔක්කොම හොඳ level එකේ තියෙන්නේ. කමල්ගේ එකට වඩා. නේ? ඒකින්ද රුවන්ගේ business එක හොඳයි. Clear? That's all. ඔන්න ඔච්චරයි පුතා තියෙන්නේ මොනවද? Liquid ratios we have done. Now how many kinds of ratios we have to learn? Now ratios types කීයක් තියෙනවද? Four kinds of ratios we have to learn. Out of them, we discuss liquid ratios, and there are two liquid ratios. What they are? Current ratio and the quick ratio. Clear? Those two are done. So this part is over. Then we are moving next to the next category, what is called as profitability ratios. Then profitability ratio. Have the topic profitability ratios. Profitability ratios. Now, give me 1 second. Yes. When we point right. Now, before profitability ratio, which for a second, we will leave this for a while and think about again liquid ratios. When we are calculating liquid ratios, liquid ratios calculate when we are calculating the liquid ratios, which means current ratio and the quick ratio. Where we took the information, from where we took the information, information gatte kohed? Yes. Anyway, puta, we have to take the information from one of the financial statements, either from this or this. But when we are calculating the liquid ratios, we found we took the ratio, took the information always from where? මෙන්න මෙතනින් තමයි පුතා ගත්තේ. ඒ පොයින්ට් එක චුට්ටක් ක්ලියර් ලියමුද අපේ profitability ratio topic එක ලියන්න කලින්. Yes, අපි ලියමු star mark එකක් දාලා. Star mark එකක් දාලා ලියන්නේ පොයින්ට් එක. When calculating liquid ratios, when calculating liquid ratios, අහන්න පුළුවන් exams වල. When calculating liquid ratios, the information is taken from the information is taken from statement of financial position. Statement of financial position. එතකොට ළම ඇත්තටම අපි liquid ratios calculate කරන information ඔක්කොම අරන් තියෙන්නේ කොතනින්ද? Statement of financial position එක. මොකද එතනනේ පුතා current assets ටික current liabilities ටික තියෙන්නේ. Clear? Income statement, did we take any from income statement? No. Did we take anything from cash flows? No. Clear? මෙතනින් තමයි ගත්තේ. Right. Now we will move to the what do you call profitability ratios. Put our profitability ratios calculate when we are calculating the profitability ratios. When we are calculating the profitability ratios, most of the information, not all, but most of the information we are extracting from income statement. ඔන්න ඔය point එක මතක තියෙන්න ඕනේ income statement එකෙන් මේකට ගන්න ගොඩක් information Not all, but there are some information we have to take from statement of financial position as well. But most of the information we are extracting from where the statement, income statement or the profit or loss. Clear? මේකට පුතා මේ වැඩේ කරද්දී profitability ratios calculate කරද්දී අපි information ගන්න කොහෙද? ගොඩක් information we are taking from income statement. Clear? Right. That's the point you have to learn first. Now, profitability ratios. Now, can you remember what is the purpose of calculating liquid ratios? To show or to find the ability of the short-term debt settlement, or to find the companies or the businesses what? Businesses uh, short-term insolvency. Make puta, may ratios. There are certain mainly four kinds of ratios we have calculating under this. Puta make ratios जाते हतारा calculate करना. But anyway, profitability ratios අපි calculate කරන්නේ always have a measure or to show how much of return the business has given for their investors. ඉන්වෙස්ටර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවනේ පුතා අපේ බිස්නස් එකට සල්ලි දාපු කට්ටිය. ඒගොල්ලන්ට කොච්චර රිටර්න් එකක් දුන්නද කියන එක තමයි පුතා ඇත්තටම මේවයින් අපි කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්නේ. Simply it shows you what kind of a profitability this business has. Clear? Is that understood? So that is what the purpose of calculating this profitability ratios. ඉතින් මේකට simple අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන්. The purpose of calculating the profitability ratio is the financial performance of the business. Clear? So what is the purpose of calculating profitability ratios? To calculate to find the financial performance of the business. Clear? Right. මෙතන පුතා අපි short note එකක් හදාගෙන යන්න ওই විදියට මෙන්න මේක හදා ගන්න වාගේ books වලත්. Right. මෙහෙම හදමු. හදා ගන්න මෙන්න මේ විදියට. ඒකට ඔයාලට අපේ lesson එක ඉවර වෙනකොට මෙන්න මේ වගේ ඔයාලට තියෙනවා a kind of a short note එකක් තියෙනවා that is very much important. Right. මේ පැත්ත එකක් අපි ලියමු පුතා ratio එක. Ratio type. Other column is for purpose. Clear? Right. Next one is the මෙතන ගමු අපි මෙතන ගන්න ratio categories. Yes. Ratio categories. මෙතන හදමු පුතා ළමයි ratio category කියලා. Sorry. Ratio category. Ratio category. Yes, මෙතන ratio type. Ratio types. Right. ඊළඟට මෙතන formula. That is how we are going to do. Clear? Then first category එක මොකද්ද පුතා? Liquid ratios. එන first one liquid. Liquid ratios. Clear? The first one, first category. Number one කියලා දාන්න ඕනේ liquid ratios. Clear? Right. Purpose එක මොකද්ද? Yes, we will write to calculate the short term insolvency. එහෙනම් මම මෙතන ලියනවා short term insolvency. Short term insolvency. Ratios type थे कब आवाज मांगे मेरे खबर के लिए ना current ratio. How to calculate it? Yes, current assets divided by current liabilities. On a short note, clear. You're going to make it type second type. Yes, second type quick ratio. Quick assets divided by current liabilities. Clear there? Clear there? Is that understood? Right. Then Puta, api second category ke inne. So we are going to have the second category as well. What is the second category? Profitability ratios. What is the purpose? To calculate or to show or to measure what? Financial performance of the business. Make a purpose financial performance. परफॉर्मेंस फाइनेंशियल परफॉर्मेंस का कैलकुलेट कर टाइप्स थी कभी डिस्कस करूं मेरा ना टॉपिक के लिए अभी इतो कंप्लीट करेगा मु आमे शॉर्ट नोट का मेंटेन करानो रे दमनो हदला मदुन्ना क्लियर ने राइट इतो लिसन ने का ताय दिखिंग वाकी वरे लिसन ने का so buda आट में शॉर्ट नोट का वाला करता हूं दैट्स ऑल आ वीडियो का पारक वाला नोना वंग लिंक के अभी डाल यस राइट तो ना टॉपिक के गाने बुता मुकाद फाइन प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी रेशियोस kinds of ratios which are calculated 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 to measure the financial performance to measure the financial performance of the business. So that is how we define profitability ratios that will not be tested. Warning lama over definitions tanga hanne exam ke आगे calculation का तमाम hanne right clear right then have the topic below that आप पूरी स्टामार्क के दान पूरी स्टामार्क के दान profitability ratios स्टामार्क के दाल में हम profitability ratios calculates profitability ratios calculates profitability ratios calculate profitability ratios calculate profitability ratios calculate the return the return the return the return on investments the return on investments ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයා කරපු ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකට බිස්නස් එකේ ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකක් කරලා තියෙනවනේ පුතා ඒ ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එකට කොච්චරක් රිටර්න් එකක් ආවද කියන එක තමයි මේ රේෂියෝස් වලින් පෙන්නන්නේ මොනවාද ratios profitability ratios so it calculates the financial performance in other way you can say it gives you the meaning for a what how much you earn from your investments that is what we wrote just now clear neda puta right good then have the topic types of profitability ratios then may profitability ratios to put our types keep types of profitability ratios types of profitability ratios Types of profitability ratios. Types of profitability ratios. So my first one, අපි ගමු first one. First one. First one. Gross profit ratio. Gross profit ratio. Gross profit ratio. Gross profit ratio. Right. Now, before we do this, before we learn these types of profitability ratios, now I will give you a kind of an understand. දැන් පුතා මේවට information ගන්න කොහෙන්ද profitability ratios වලට information ගන්න කොහෙන්ද දැන් කලින් කිව්වා මොකයිද කිව්වේ? Yes, we are taking from the statement income statement එකෙන් තමයි මේකට information එක ගන්න. Clear ළමයි? So I will give you how this income statement looks like. දැන් income statement එකේ පුතා ඔය මේ statement එක හැදෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියන එක මම පෙන්නන්නම්. Those who have done accounting they know it, but I am giving this for the students who have not done accounting. පුතා මුලින්ම income statement එක හැදෙන්නේ මෙන්න මෙහෙම. Income statement මට පොඩ්ඩක් ළමයි give me a chance because there are some kinds of students who have not done accounting. Give me 5 seconds or just 5 minutes to explain what you mean by income statement. මම මේක පොඩ්ඩක් explain කරපුවාම ඔයාටත් හොඳයි. At the same time, those who are not doing accounting, that is for them also, it is helpful for them as well. Clearly, right? පුතා income statement එකේ මුලින්ම ගන්න අපි sale value එක ගන්නවා. How much sales we did? Sales. Then we have to deduct the cost of sales. Cost of sales. So first of all, we have to take the sales value. Then we are deducting what? Cost of sales. Once we deduct the cost of sales from the sales value, we are getting the gross profit. This is what you call as gross profit. Clear? Thereafter, to gross profit, we have to add any other income we have learned, any other income. If there are any other income, we can add that to our gross profit. And we have to deduct the distribution expenses. Whenever we are deducting පුතා, we are taking that as bracket values නේ. අපි සාමාන්‍ය bracket එකේනේ අඩු කරන්නේ distribution expenses. Thereafter, administrative expenses. Administrative expenses, in short form we call this as admin expenses. Administration expenses, that is also deducted. Clearly? Thereafter, any other kinds of expenses are there, other expenses. That should also be deducted. That should also be deducted. Then we are getting the operational profit. පුතා මේකට අපි කියනවා දැන් එන profit එකට අපි කියනවා operational profit එක කියලා. This is what you know as operational profit. These three are මෙන්න මේ තුනට පුතා අපි කියනවා operational expenses කියලා කියනවා. Operational expenses කියලා කියනවා. Clear? Operational expenses. Clear? Right. Now, after that, now once you reach to this place, once you reach to this place, then you have to deduct out of the operational profit, you have to deduct the financial expenses. financial expenses. පුතා මේ financial expense එකටම තමයි interest කියලා කියන්නේත් අපි. Interest. So you have to deduct that value. Then you are getting, once you deduct that value, you are getting the net profit. අන්න එතකොට එනවා net profit, but net profit, but before taxes. Before tax. අපිට ආව tax එක අඩු කරේ නැහැ. Clear? Then once we deduct the tax from this value, once we deduct the tax from this value, once we deduct this value, the tax value or the tax value, you have to deduct that value from this profit before tax. Then you are getting the final value, that is what you known as the profit or net profit. Net profit, this can be a net profit as well as a net loss. Make a loss එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් පුතා. මේක minus value ආවත් මේක loss එකක්. Clear? Business can have both profits and loss නේ. tax එකෙන් පස්සේ profit එක loss වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතනත් පුතා net profit වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතන net loss වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේකත් loss වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Net profit or net loss for the period. Clear? ඔන්න ඔය විදිහට තමයි පුතා income statement එකක අපි net profit එක calculate කරන්නේ. Income statement is a statement which we are preparing to calculate. මෙන්න මේ value එක calculate කරන් තමයි statement එක හදන්නේ. ඒක තේරුණානේ ළමයි? Okay ද? මෙන්න මෙතනින් තමයි පුතා information අරගෙන අපි profitability ratios ඔක්කොම calculate කරන්නේ. Is that understood? Right. Those who do not know about this ළමයි මෙන්න මේකේ screenshot එකක් ගහගන්න. RS you can write this. If you want you can write this. RS පුතා ඔයාට මේක screenshot ගහ ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. ඒත් okay. Clear? පේනව නේද? තා චුට්ටක් ලොක් කරන්න. income statement කියන topic එක ඕනේ නැහැ. ඒක ලියා ගන්න. This is how. ඔන්න ඔච්චරයි. sales value එක right. This is screenshot එකක් ගහ ගන්න. This is how you are calculating. එතන මෙන්න මේ information තමයි පුතා අපි ගන්නේ profit and මේක profit and loss statement එක කියලාත් කියන්න පුළුවන්, income statement එක කියලා කියන්නත් පුළුවන්. All are good. Right. Now from this statement we are extracting some informations and calculating what our profitability ratios. The first one what we are going to calculate is අපි මුලින්ම calculate කරන්න යන්නේ පුතා gross profit ratio එක. What do you mean by gross profit ratio? You have to take the gross profit first. Gross profit. It should be divided by your sales and that should be multiplied by 100% because පුතා මෙතන අපි always we are presenting as a percentage. Profitability ratios always presenting as what? Percentages විදිහට තමයි අපි දාන්නේ. So therefore always we have to calculate in terms of 100. අපි 100 වලින් calculate කරන්න වෙනවා. Multiply කරන්න වෙනවා. We have to multiply by 100% because to get as a percentage. Clear? How to calculate පුතා gross profit and sales? ඉතින් මෙතනින් කොහෙන්ද පුතා හරි ලේසි නෙමෙයි බලන්නකෝ. Gross profit එක කො gross profit එක. Here this is the gross profit. මම මෙතන මේ තියෙන gross profit එක. This should be divided by what? මේ තියෙන උඩම තියෙන sales value එක divide කරන්න. That is the gross profit ratio. So it gives what? It gives how much of gross profit you have out of your sales. For an example, let's say, for an example, අපි හිතමු මෙහෙම. Yes. ඔයාගේ gross profit එක assume that your gross profit is 100 and your sales is 400. Once you multiply it by 100%, it gives you 4,1. So out of your sales, 25% of your sales is what? Gross profit. That is the meaning. එතකොට මේකෙන් කියන පුතා ඔයාගේ සේල් එකෙන් කොච්චරක් gross profit තියෙනවද? 25%. If your gross profit ratio is 25%, it means out of your sales, if your sales is 100, out of that 25% is for what? For the gross profit. Is that is the what they are meaning? Clear? So ඉතින් අපි කියනවා පුතා මේකෙන් ඔයාට understand කරගන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාගේ මොකක්ද? Yes, you are pricing. ඔයාගේ pricing එක understand කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Pricing strategy. It gives you about your pricing strategy. It gives you a kind of a meaning about your pricing strategy. Clear? So that is why we are calculating this one. Clear? Good. First part. Gross profit ratio. Gross profit ratio. Then income statement then and there I am showing you how you are getting the information. So that's why I have that income statement draft එක හැදුවේ ඒකයි. Right, අපි ලියමු gross profit ratio. A ratio which shows the relationship between gross profit ratio under the profitability ratios. The first type is what? Profitability gross profit ratio. The ratio which shows the relationship between 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 gross profit and sales. Gross profit and sales. Gross profit and sales. Gross profit and sales. Right. Have the formula labuta formula kaliya kan komal. Gross profit ratio equals gross profit divided by sales into 100. Gross profit divided by sales into 100. Gross profit divided by sales into 100. Put a star mark and write. The gross profit ratio gives on a point point puta exam it can be tested. The gross profit ratio gives a meaning regarding our pricing strategies and pricing policies. ඔන්න ඕක අහන්න පුළුවන් exam එකේ. Gross profit ratio එකෙන් පුතා අපේ දෙන meaning එක මොකද්ද? අපේ pricing strategy එකයි pricing policies වලයි display එකක් තමයි උතනින් පෙන්නන්නේ. Which means what? Then මේක බලන්න out of 100 sales 25% is for your gross profit. Clearly? The gross profit ratio gives the meaning of our pricing strategies and pricing policies. Highlight that point. Can be tested in your sometimes in your MCQ paper ke fill in the blanks part එක අහන්න පුළුවන්. Clear? Right, that is all. That's all. And the gross profit ratio calculate කරන්න කොහොමද කියලා දැන් ඔයා දන්නවා. ඒකේ meaning එකත් you know. Out of this much of sales, how much gross profit you have. That is the meaning it gives. Very simple. මෙච්චර අර අපි සාමාන්‍ය පුතාර O level වලදී calculate කරේ මෙච්චරට මෙච්චර නම් කීයද? Yes. මෙච්චරකට sales මෙච්චරක් sales වලට gross profit මෙච්චරක් නම් 100% වලට කීයද? ඒක තමයි මේ කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ mean එක මොකද්ද? ඔයාගේ sale මෙච්චරක් තිබ්බොත් ඒකෙන් gross profit එක වල මෙච්චරක් තියෙනවා. ඒක තමයි meaning එක. Clear now, is that understood? Right. So that is the first type of profitability ratios. What is the second kind of profitability ratio is net profit ratio. Net profit ratio. So write the second one or second category or second type of profitability ratio is what? Net profit ratio. Now net profit ratio is almost Net profit ratio is the same, almost the same. The small difference, similar to the gross profit ratio, you have to take sales as the down value. අර පල්ලෙහා ගන්න value එක sales. Here පුතා මෙතන ඔයා ගන්න ඕනේ net profit before tax. Before tax. Always into 100. මේක තමයි, this is how you have to calculate. Now look at this one. මේ statement එක බලන්න. Now this is about net profit, not about the gross profit. Net profit, look at this statement. මේ statement එකේ බලන්න ළමයෝ. Net profit කියන එක, there are two net profits තියෙනවා. මේ බලන්න, මේ net profits දෙකක් තියෙනවා මේක ඇතුලේ. කො net profits දෙක මේ, there's one net profit here, net profit before tax. Or net loss, even it can be net loss, depend on the business. Again, there's a net profit for the period, which means the after tax. මේකට කියන පුතා after tax එක. මේ තියෙන after tax, net profit after tax. මේ තියෙන net profit before tax. කියන්නේ tax එක අඩු කරන්න කලින් net profit එකකුත් තියෙනවා. tax එක අඩු කරන්න පස්සේ net profit එකකුත් තියෙනවා. But පුතා remember, when we are calculating the net profit ratio, we always have to get the net profit before tax, which means this value. මෙන්න මෙතන value එක ගන්න. ඔන්න ඔය value එක ගන්න. Net profit before tax should be taken this one. මේ value එක ගත්තා මෙතන divided by the same sales. or gross profit එක calculate කරද්දි ගත්ත gross profit ratio එක calculate කරද්දි ගත්ත sale එකමයි පුතා යටින් දාන්න විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. The same thing. It gives you what? ඉතින් meaning එක මොකද්ද? This much of sales, for this much of sales you have this much of net profit before tax. මේ තියෙන ඒකද කියන්නේ. මෙච්චරක් sales තිබ්බොත් පුතා මෙච්චරක් එකෙන් තියනවද මොනවද? Net profit before tax. Clear? Clear? For an example, අපි හිතමු මෙහෙම කියලා. You had sales around 1,000 and net profit before tax you had around 250, which means what? 25% of your 25% of your sales you have what? Net profit before tax. Very simple, no? Simple, right? Second one, net profit before tax. Net profit before tax. A ratio which shows the relationship between a ratio which shows the relationship between a ratio which shows the relationship between net profit before tax and sales. A ratio which shows the relationship between net profit before tax and sales. 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 Right. ලියමු ළමයි formula එක. Net profit ratio equals net profit before tax. පුතා මෙතන before tax ගන්න, because ඔයාගේ syllabus එකේ කියන්නේ before tax ගන්න කියලා. Sometimes in some books පුතා, in different books මේක after tax අරගන්න ඒවාත් තියෙනවා. That's depend on the situation. But ඔයාගේ syllabus එකේ carefully remember, for your syllabus it has already been advised us to teach you take before tax. ඒකේනවා before tax ගන්න, වෙන ඒවා ගන්න එපා. Clear? ඒකේ before tax කියලා තියෙනවා. Syllabus එකේ before tax තියෙන හින්දා පුතා before tax ගන්න. ඔක හැබැයි after tax අරන් calculate කරා කියලා there's no problem. In your future studies you will calculate this with after tax even. after tax වලින් මේක calculate කරා ඉස්සරහට. But don't worry. මේකේ විතරක් පුතා අපි මේ විදිහට හදමු. මොකද ඔයාගේ syllabus එකේ තියෙන එකට වඩා do not do anything beyond your syllabus. I am strictly doing that. මම ඒක හැමතිස්සෙම කියනවා. වැරදි වුණත් හරි වැරද්ද මොකක්ද වුණත් syllabus එකේ විදිහට වැඩේ කරන්න. We want to get through from the exams. That's all what we want. හරි අපිට exam pass වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයා ඕන දෙයක් ඉගෙන ගන්න. යුනිවර්සිටි ගිහිල්ලා හොඳට ඉගෙන ගන්න. chartered කරන්න. සීමා කරන්න. ACCA කරන්න. ඒවා කරලා ඉගෙන ගන්න. එතනින් එහාට ඔයාගේ knowledge එක advance වෙයි. But to get through from the exam, stick with the syllabus. Right. That's that. Right පුතා, එතකොට ෂෝට් නෝට් එකක් චුට්ටක් කම්ප්ලීට් කරගෙන යන්න. කොහොම බලමු ෂෝට් නෝට් එක කොහෙද දැම්මේ? මේ තියෙන ෂෝට් නෝට් එක. right ඔන්න දැන් අපි ඩිස්කස් කරා profitability ratios මේකේ performance financial performance calculate කරන එක තමයි purpose එක. types කීයක් කතා කරා ළමයි? yes gross profit ratio, gross profit ratio. How to calculate it? Gross profit divided by sales into 100. Second one, net profit ratio how to calculate net profit before tax divided by sales into 100 into 100. හරිනේ ඔන්න දැන් already we have done two. අට ඕනම් ළමයි මේක divide කරගන්න නිකන් complicate වගේ හිතෙනවා නම් මෙන්න මේක මේ වගේ ලස්සනට rule එකක් දාලා separate කරගන්න. මම මේක උනා කරලා පෙන්නන්න මේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒතර ඔයාලට තව ටිකක් understand ඉන්නේ right okay මෙන්න මේ වගේ divide කරගන්න. එතකොට you will get some more understanding. ඒතර හොඳයි. ලස්සනයිනේ වැඩි. එතකොට ඔයාලට මේ short note එකට ටක් ගාලා exam එකට කලින් දවසේ බලාගත්තා නම් formula ටික හරි meanings ටික purpose ටික ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා. අපි මේක ඉවරනකොට තා ටිකයි තියෙන්නේ ඉවරනකොට මේ වැඩේ ඉවරයි. Okay, right. Right. එතකොට පුතා already we have discussed now step by step හිමියට යන්නේ මොකද පුතා මේ once we are finishing this session no need to study this again and again. එතකොට මට ඕනේ මම මේ session එක හිමියට යන්නේ. ඇයි? Because you will get some questions from this area. Financial ratio analysis වලින් වාට පුතා question එකක් you will definitely get. But I want you to do and finish everything within this session itself. So I am not expecting you to study this again and again. මේ lesson එක පුතා අපි examples එකත් එක්කම දැන් කරගෙන යනවානේ. So that's all you will get. ඒතර මේක ඒ විදිහටම මෙතනදිම ඉවර කරන්න when we are finishing this within other 2 hours within වගේ ඉවර වෙයි. ඒතර පුතා ආයේ ඒ වෙනකොට financial ratios ඉවර වෙන්න ඕනේ. So that's why we are preparing this as well and step by step යන්නේ. There's no any hurry. Right. Look at this one, Puta Bahana. Already we have discussed two kinds of profitability ratios, and the next or the third one, what we are going to discuss is third profitability ratio is what? Third profitability ratio is what? Right. Third one is return on investment ratio. Now again we are calling another term for this. මේකට තව term එකක් කියනවා total asset or total return on assets. Total return on assets ratio मैं टर्म्स देखो मैं यूज कर रहा हूँ टोटल रिटर्न ऑन एसेट return on investment ratio or total return on asset ratio total return on asset ratio clear there right so here may ratio can calculate करना we are going to calculate how much of return we are receiving or we have received out of the total investment we have done ඔයා කොච්චරක් ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරලා තියනවද බිස්නස් එකට ඒකට ඔයාට කොච්චර total return එකක් ඔයාට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවද that is what we are going to calculate from this ratio and how we are going to calculate this ratio is මේ ratio calculate කරන්නේ කොහොමද yes equals profit after tax profit after tax plus interest divided by total assets into 100 this is how you are calculating clear පුතා මේකේ ගන්න කොහමද මේවා profit after tax profit after tax means what profit after tax means what profit after tax කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ තියෙන්නේ ආගේ statement එකේ මේ තියෙන profit after tax here this one profit after tax this one so you have to take this one profit after tax and again you have to add this interest means क्या होता है interest means the financial expense so you have to add this value the deducted value පුතා මෙතන deduction එකක් කරාවේ interest එක deduct කළා තමයි මේ value එක ඇවිත් තියෙන්නේ but when we are calculating the return on investment we have to take this value which is the profit after tax and add back the interest එක add back කරන්න ඕනේ ආයෙ පාරක් add කරන්න ඕනේ thereafter you can divide it by the total assets means what in the finance statement of financial position negative total assets value it is not you can find it here a value එක පුතා මෙතන නැහැ ඒක තියෙන statement of financial එකේ statement of financial position එකේ a value එක ගත්තා divide කරා into 100 that is how you are calculating what the investment the total return on investment ඔකට පුතා ROI කියලා කියනවා මෙන්න මේක ROI එක කියලා ROI return on investment ROI return on investment clear right අපි ලියමු return on investment a ratio shows the relationship between a ratio which shows the relationship between the return and the investment 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 clear right have the formula return on investment ratio or පුතා මේකට කියන අනිත් term එක මොකද්ද what is the other term we are using total return on assets Total return on assets. What is the formula? Profit after tax, which is the final value. Profit after tax के अंतिम value है. Right. Profit after tax, you have to add back the interest expense again, which is what you call as the financial expense. पुता मेरे financial expense किलत किया, interest expense किलत किया. Divided by total assets into 100. Clear okay, right. So that's all. पुता make a short note के update करेगा मु make value make. Short note के update करेगा value make profitability ratios. Right. Third one is what? Return on investment. How to calculate? Yes. How to calculate? Profit after tax plus the interest divided by total assets into 100 into 100. Clear there? Into 100. What puta last time आधा गंड हो रहे is already right. So you also have to have this. Then everything is completed by at the end of our session. Our session is already right. Okay. Now so far how many kinds of profitability ratios आप calculate कर लिया? 3. Clear? Right. Fourth one. Fourth one. Fourth one is fourth type of profitability ratio, which is what? Return on equity. Equity ratio. Return on equity ratio. But now earlier we calculated how much return we got from the total assets we have invested. Clearly, then make a hand on a point taker. May I go carefully and make a call with those who do not know accounting in the maker is formula. All our assets, අපේ assets හැදෙන්නේ පුතා කොහොමද? Assets. All our assets have been formulated either by the given capital, owner's capital, or from the money we took from the external parties. ක්ලියර්ද? අපි වෙන අයගෙන් ගත්ත සල්ලි වලින් හරි නැත්නම් අයිතිකාරයා දුන්න සල්ලි වලින් හරි තමයි ළමයි අපේ බිස්නස් එකේ ඇසෙට්ස් හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. අයිතිකාරයා ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරපු amount එකට අපි කියන්නේ පුතෝ ඉක්විටි කියලා. හරිද? ඉක්විටි කියලා කියනවා. නේ? ඒක දන්නවා මම පොඩක් කායික සිම්පල් කරලා එන්නේ කට්ටියට කම්මැලිත් වගේ ඇතිනේ. හරිද? රයිට්. මේක ඉගෙන ගත්තා නම් ළමයි වැඩි ඉවරයි. වන් ෂොට් ඉවරයි. අපි ඒක එක සෙෂන් එකකින් මේ ඔක්කොම ඉවර කරන්නේ. නැත්තම් මේක ක්ලාස් එකේ part by part ඕම කරන්න ගියාම it would take time, otherwise the student will not get the continuous understanding. Right. This is what you call as equity. This is what you call as liability. So that is how equity plus liability equals to asset. The formula comes. Clear? Right. Then method the earlier එකේදී අපි බැලුවේ how much return ඔයාගේ අපේ return එක බැලුවා. Return එක බැලුවා based on our total assets. Earlier formula, which is what you call the return on investment. But here we are going to calculate the same kind of a return what we have received out of the amount given by the owners, which is what you call as equity. Therefore, the part you have to take to down is here equity part එක විතරයි පුතා ගන්නෙ. Equity or total equity. Clear? Or equity capital. Capital. Equity capital. Clear? Now පුතා දැන් මේ හොයන්න යන්නේ owners ලා දුන්න owners ලා දීලා තියෙන capital එකට අපිට ආව return එකනේ. Right. Therefore we can take here the same like net profit after tax. After tax. But Lamai, you remember, whenever I have taught you, whenever equity capital always represent the what? Ordinary share capital. But Lamai, whenever there are some amount of preference shares, out of this profit, මේ profit එකක් පුතා අයිතිකාරයන්ට හම්බ වෙනවද නැහැ? මේ profit එක total ලම හම්බ වෙන්නේ මේ equity capital කියලා කියන්නේ පුතා මොන sharesද? Equity capital කියන්නේ මොන sharesද? Ordinary shares. The ordinary shares වලින් කරපු investment එකට මේ total return එකම relevant කරන්න බෑ because you know there are some kinds of preference shares are there and we have to give a portion, that is what you call as preference share dividend. And a part එක පුතා remove කරන්න ඕනේ. Then once you divide that by the equity capital, that is the you are getting the answer. Clear? So පුතා තේරුණා දැන් equity capital එක මේක logically formula එක පාඩම් කරගත්තාම ඇති. But ළමයි මේක logic එක මොකද්ද මේක ඇතුලේ තියෙන්නේ? මේ look at this one. Equity capital represent what? The ordinary share capital. Clear? So අපි බලන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ දාපු ordinary shareholders දාපු සල්ලි වලින් කොච්චර return එකක් ආවද කියලා. මේ total return එක තමයි profit after tax කියලා කියන්නේ. But is that totally given to this ordinary shareholders? No. We have to deduct what? Preference shareholder එක part එක අයින් කරලා පස්සේ ඉතුරු කෑල්ල තමයි මෙයාට හම්බෙන්නේ. Clear? That's why we are removing the preference shareholders part. And you have to divide it by equity capital. That is how you are calculating return on equity capital. Clear the පුතා? හරිද? Right. Good. එහෙනම් අපි ලියමු return on equity ratio. 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 Right. A ratio which shows පුතා ratio එකට මම ඔය definition එක නම් පාඩම් කරන්න එපා, ඒක ඕනෙම නැහැ. But just giving to complete this theory. Theory එක complete කරන්න ඕන හින්දා ඔක දෙන්නේ. ඒක නම් වාගේ අහන්නේ. A ratio which shows the relationship between between the equity capital and relevant return belongs to them. 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 Right. Puta, have a small star mark below the, before that. Write the formula. First of all, we write the formula. Right. Then definition take one. Write the formula. Return on equity ratio equals net profit after tax minus preference shares dividends. Preference shares dividends. Net profit after tax minus preference share dividends divided by equity capital. Divided by equity capital. Into 100. Always into 100. Profitability ratios always remember into 100. You have to take the value into 100. Because we are expressing always the profitability ratios. But profitability ratios express කරන්න අර මේ විදියට. අපේ liquid ratios express කරේ මේ විදියට. ඒවා liquid ratios වලට. Profitability ratios express කරන්න always as a what? Percentage. Therefore 100 is compulsory. එක මතක තියාගන්න පොයින්ට් එකක් විදියට. ඔය පොයින්ට්ස් මතක තියාගන්න very simple, lazy වැඩි. Right. දැන් මට පොඩ්ඩක් පුතා I have to teach you when it's come to equity capital or the equity. Sometimes I am giving this knowledge for the students, those who do not have any kinds of understanding about accounting. Because sometimes this equity can be given as a one value. සමහරවිට පුතා මේ equity එක one value එකක් විදිහට දෙන්න පුළුවන්, that which is very easy. As in that case it is really easy you to get this equity. Sometimes පුතා when it's come to equity can be given in separate values. So in that case you have to take all of these values together. පුතා equity එකේ ගන්නකොට sometimes this equity they will give in different ways, or in other ways we are calling as මේක පුතා සමහර වෙලාවට එක value එකක් විදියට දෙන්නේ නැහැ. Clear? So you have to have a kind of understanding for that. Yes. Give me 1 second. Yes, sometimes පුතා this can be given in different values. එතකොට ඔයා ගන්න ඕනේ පුතා මේක amalgamate කරලා ගන්න ඕනේ. අන්න ඒ amalgamate කරන විදිය තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් කියලා දෙන්න යන්නේ. මේක accounting කරන කට්ටිය නම් අපේ දන්නවා. But anyway, those who do not know about what do you mean by this equity capital and how you are getting that, it can be any reserves. මෙතන පුතා reserves කියලා value එකක් තිබ්බොත් reserves and the stated capital. Always sometimes මේක පුතා දෙනවා ordinary share capital කියලා දෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ordinary share capital කියලා දෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. ordinary shares කියලා දෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. මෙහෙම දුන්නොත් පුතා මේ දෙකම amalgamate කරලා ඔයා ගන්න ඕනේ equity එක. Clearද? Sometimes most of the times පුතා at the exam equity will be given as a one value. or else පුතා මෙන්න මෙහෙම දෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. මෙන්න මේ විදිහට මම මේක පොඩ්ඩක් උගන්වන්නේ students who do not know about accounting. or asset value එක දෙනවා 200 කියලා. liability value එක දෙනවා 50 කියලා. Then you can find the equity value which is what? It should be 150 නේ. අන්න එහෙම හොයන්නත් පුළුවන්. Clear? The equity value එක sometimes as a one value දෙනවා, or as පුතා sometimes equity value when the reserves have been given you have to add the reserves as well, and then most of the situations you will get the equity as a one value. Clear? reserves ටික තිබ්බොත් පුතා ordinary share capital දෙක නැත්නම් stated capital දෙකට ඔයා reserves ටික add කරගන්න වෙනවා. Clear? එහෙම separate කරලා දුන්නොත් ඒ scenario එකදී manage කරගන්න ඕනේ ඒ විදිහ. Clear ද තමයි? Good. Fine. So that's all. එහෙනම් අපි short note ටික පොඩ්ඩක් update කරලා we will move to the calculations. Return on return on return on equity capital or capital, or as you can say return on equity, even return on equity කියලා කිව්වත් okay. No need to have additional words. Return on equity, right? How to calculate? Yes, profit after tax minus preference shares dividend divided by equity capital. Divided by equity capital into 100. මෙතන 100 එක දාගන්න ඕන ළමයා. Yes, into 100. Into 100. Into 100. Always percentage in the 100 දාන්න. Clearly now understood. Is that all right? Right, good. Good day, right. Major part එකක් අපි ඉවරයි. Clear ඊළඟ types දෙක නාම nothing much. ටක් ගාලා ඉවර කරගන්න පුළුවන්. මේ ටික අපි හදලා මේකේ example එක හදමු. Right. So shall we move to our tute එකට යන්න ළමයි ටක් ගාලා tute එක යන්න. Tute එකේ we have to do this question. Question number 2. Question number 2. Right. So you have been given some information. Following information for Lango Limited has been given for the year ending 31st December 2025. You have been given the sales, cost of sales have been given, operational expenses have been given, financial expenses have been given, income taxes, you have been given, total assets, total liabilities, and preferred share dividends you have been given, and you are asked to calculate the net profit ratio, gross profit ratio, net profit ratio, return on equity ratio, and the return on asset ratios. Clear lamai? Very simple. අපි ටක් ගාලා හදමු question එක. Right. මම මෙතනම හදන්නද ළමයි because for your understanding මම මෙතනම හදන්න. So first of all පුතා දැන් ඔයා දැනගන්න ඕනේ අර මම හැදුව income statement එක by using this you have to calculate. Right. අපි calculate කරගමු මුලින්ම until the profit after tax. Profit after tax you have to calculate. Right. First of all you have to take what? Sales. මුලින්ම sale එක ගන්න. Sales. How much is sales? I will make it in puta 1000 figures. Some 1000 figures that is much more easily 1000 figures. Right. Sales. Then you have to remove the cost of sales. The water statement this one when you are doing this, if you don't understand, you have to look at this statement what I have given you. Statement this one මෙන්න මේක order එකට හදාගෙන යන්න ඕනේ until you get this value. Clear? Right. Sales. So minus cost of sales. Cost of sales. What is the cost of sales? 900. You have to deduct it. Then you are getting what? Gross profit. This is where what you call as gross profit. One of the important thing we want to calculate our ratios. Right. What is that? 12. Here 300. Clear that? Then the operational expenses, they have given this distribution expenses, other expenses, and what do you call administrative expenses as one value. That is what you call the operational expenses. So you can divide it by, or you can deduct that value, operational expenses. Expenses. How much is that? That is 35, eh? Right, 35. So then you are getting uh, operational profit. Profit. Since this is a plus value, I am taking this as a profit. Plus value එක අපිට පුතා ආයෙත් එනවා මේක profit එකක්. Right. What is the value you are getting? 265 ne? 265. And out of that you have to remove the financial expense, that is what you call interest. මේක බාහිර පුතා financial expense එකක් bill එක වෙයි තියෙන්නේ 5000. So you have to deduct that 5. So you are getting 260. This is what you know as net profit before tax. Net profit before tax. Now, once you deduct this income tax minus income tax, which is 10, 1000 figures in right? Then you are getting 250, which is what you call as net profit after tax. That is what is the answer we are going to get. Clear? On the answer ka all other matters, it is not relevant for other information. පුතා මේ total assets, total liabilities, preferred dividends ඒවා පුතා මෙතනට අපි ගන්නෙ නැහැ. අර format එක මතකයිනේ. ඒ format එක විතර හැදුවේ. Clear නේද? Is that understood? Right. Now, ඉතින් අපිට කියනවා පුතා දැන් calculate කරන්න කියලා මොනවද මේ තියෙන ratios ටික අහන්න. මෙන්න මේ ratios ටික අහන්න. මොනවද? Gross profit ratio. Very simple පුතා gross profit ratio. The gross profit ratio equals what? Gross profit divided by sales into 100. හදමු. So the first one මම මේක හදන්නේ. formula එක ලියන්න ඕනේ ළමයා. Do not do any calculation without writing the formula. You have to write the formula and thereafter do the substitutions. You will get some marks for that as well. ඔයාට අනිවාර්යෙන් පුතා formula එක ලියලයි කරන්නේ. මම මෙතන formula එක ලියන්නේ නැහැ. But ඔයා formula එක ලියලයි calculation එක හදන්න ඕනේ because you will get some marks for that as well. Clear, right? Gross profit ratio කොහොමද හොයන්නේ පුතා? Gross profit එක ගන්න ඕනේ. කීයද gross profit එක මේ තියෙන්නේ gross profit එක? 300 divided by sales. How much is sales value? 200, 1200. එහෙනම් gross profit එක 300. Gross profit එක 300 divided by 1200 into 100. What is the answer? Here you are getting 4 with a 3, sorry, with a 1, with a 4, 25% is the answer. Clear? Gross profit එක හෙව්වා. Gross profit හෙව්වා. Clear ද පුතා? හරිද? ටගල කට්ටියම දාගෙන මම මේක මකනවා. ඔය මට මෙතන calculation එක කරගන්න ඉඩ ඕනේ. Clear? Gross profit එක calculate කරාද? 300 divided by 1200 into 100, 25% is the answer. You have to take the gross profit. How did you calculate? මෙතන තිබිච්ච gross profit එක ගත්ත පුතා මේ ආයි බලන්න හොයාගන්න බැරි කට්ටිය. gross profit එක ගත්ත මෙතන ආවේ 300. It should be divided by sales value, which is the 1200 into 100. Right. Then next, what is they are asking is to calculate the net profit. පුතා net profit එක calculate කරන්න. Net profit calculate කරන්න. කොහොමද net profit calculate කරන්නේ? මම මෙතන delete කරනවා. Right. Gross profit net profit calculate කරන්න කොහොමද? Net profit. Profit before tax ගන්න. Right. Profit before tax එක කොහොමද මෙතන තියෙන්නේ? මට පෙන්නන profit before tax එක මේ තියෙන්නේ. Profit before tax 260. Clear? Profit before tax 260. You have to divide it by 260. මම දැන් හදන්නේ මේක. 260 divided by same sales value. Sales value එක same. 1200 into 100. Into 100. Clear නේද ළමයි? Right. So what is the value you are getting? 260 divided by 1200. 260 divided by 1200 into 100. 21%. 21% is the answer. 21% 6 again the answer. Those who did not understand how we get this 260 gatte puta kotaninda profit before tax. Write the formula profit before tax divided by sales into 100. Profit before tax 260 here. Clear then? So that should be divided by the sales value, which is what you call as 1200 into 100. Clear the right? Taggal down. Okay, neda. Okay, Ramai, is that all right? Good. Thereafter, they are asking you to calculate the return on equity ratio as well as return on asset. පුතා මුලින්ම අපි return on asset calculate කළෙමුද? නැත්නම් equity calculate ඕන එකක් පුළුවන්. That's all right. අපි මුලින්ම කොකරත් return on asset එක calculate කළෙමු. Right. So I am going to delete this one. Right. Return on assets. මම මුලින්ම ළමයි මේ fourth එක තමයි calculate කරන්න යන්නේ. This one. I am going to calculate this one. Clear? How we are calculating that one? Return on assets. How to calculate that? Net profit after tax. You have to take net profit after tax. Net profit after tax කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? Write the formula. Net profit after tax here. Net profit after tax 250. You have to take that 250 first. 250. You have to add the interest or the financial expense. What is the financial expense here? Interest here. මේ තියෙන financial expense එක පුතා 5යි නේ 5 you have to add that you have to add that divided by total assets divided by total assets clear the total assets පුතා total asset එක දීලා තිබුණා මේ තියෙන total asset එක which has been given here total asset is how much 1 million which is 1000 figures වලින් ගත්තොත් it should be 1000 නේ so that should be 1000 divided by 1000 into 100 now you are getting how much yes 255 divided by 1000 so your answer is into 100 25.5 is your answer clear the පුතා understood නේද very simple නේ මාර ලේසි ඒ කියන්නේ understand කරලා හරියට පුතා අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තාම මේක ලේසි දැන් ඔය වගේ question එකක් තමයි exam එකේ එන්නේ similar almost similar මේ වගේ questions තමයි no need to do 100 questions of similar types clear right then we will do the return on equity ratio how to calculate return on equity ratio දැන් මම මේක calculate කරන්න යන්නේ නේ return on equity ratio how to calculate return on equity ratio net profit after tax anyway it is 250 but you have to remove what preference shares dividend preference share dividend එක අඩු කරන්න ඕන පුතා look at this one මේ preference share dividend එකක් තියෙනවා 5 you have to remove that 5 you have to remove that 5 and it should be divided by the equity capital පුතා look at carefully බලන්න මෙතන equity capital එක කොහොමද ඔයාලට දීලා තියෙන්නේ total assets you have been given total liabilities you have been given 400 total asset 1000 and you know the accounting equation is what equity accounting equation එක හදා ගන්න පුතා මේ equity plus liabilities equals to assets total assets you have been given how much 1000 liabilities you have been given 400 definitely equity value should be how much 600 this equity value should be the one you have to take is that understood ඒක ගත්තේ කොහොමද කියලා තේරුණාද equity එක ළමයි directly දීලා නැහැ clear directly දීලා නැහැ you have to get මම කියවන two ways you have to get ක්‍රම දෙකක් ඉගෙනුවා මතකනේ එකක් තමයි පුතා stated capital or the what do you call this ordinary share capital and the reserves දීලා තිබ්බොත් ඒ දෙක එකතු කරලා ගන්න කියලා කිව්වා if not මෙහෙම දුන්නොත් formula එකට substitute කරලා මෙතන value එක හොයලා ගන්න එක මේ දීලා තියෙන second method එකේ clear right 600000 that should be divided by මෙන්න මෙතන 600000 එක තමයි ගන්න තියෙන්නේ is that understood ඔයා formula එක ලියන්න ඕනේ clear පුතා you have to write the formula net profit after tax minus preference share holders dividends or the preference share dividends divided by equity capital into 100 so what is the value you are getting once you remove 5 from 250 you are getting 245 divided by 600 into 100 which is 40% point 40 point kiyada yes 8 ne 40.8 wage tiyana these are the answers very simple very simple so that is the end of our profitability ratios ඔන්න පුතා profitability ratios types හතරම අපි කතා කරා formulas ඔක්කොම කතා කරා meanings කතා කරා at the same time we did a question as well that what is our next step is then what our next step එක මොකද්ද we have to move to the next category of ratios right මේ බාන ආයි කියලා දෙනවා මේ ඔන්න අහන්න ratios types ටික මොනවද පුතා තිබුණේ දැන් ටිකක් විතර ගිහිල්ලා අපි පටන් අරගෙන what are the ratio types we have here liquidity ratios we did profitability ratios yes we did how many types of profitability ratios we had types කීයක් තිබුණා හතරක් තිබුණා මතකද මොනවද මම short form ලියන්න gross profit ratio GPR net profit ratio NPR return on investment ROI return on equity ROE. ඔන්න ඔය ratios ටික තමයි ඉගෙන ගත්තේ. මේකත් එතකොට completed. Clear නේද ළමයි? Clear ද වැඩේ? වැඩේ හොඳටම clear ද? Clear. Right. Next what we are going to do? Activity ratios. Have the topic activity ratios. Let's have the topic activity ratios, which is the third category. Activity ratios. Another term we are using for this මේකට සපුතා තව word එකක් අපි use කරනවා. What is that word? Is called as operational ratios කියලාත් මේවට කියනවා. Operational. So now you can remember අපේ short note එකට ගියොත් පුතා මේ බලන්න. I discussed what is the purpose of calculating profitability ratios, which is what? Yes, which is financial performance, to calculate or to have an idea about the financial performance. What is the purpose of calculating? What is the purpose of calculating? What is the purpose of calculating liquidity ratios? It is the purpose to calculate the short-term insolvency. Puta, what is the purpose of calculating activity ratios? The purpose of activity ratios is to calculate or to measure the efficiency of the business. Puta, efficiency, business එක efficiency එක බලන්න. දැන් මෙතනදි බලේ business එක performance එක. අතන දැන් ඊළඟ එක බලන්නේ business එක efficiency. How efficient we are. How efficient we are when we are selling our stocks. How efficient we are when we are selling our or when we are collecting the cash from our debtors. That is what we are going to calculate. Then have the topic ළමයි එහෙනම් topic එක දාගන්න activity ratios, or what do you call this as activity ratios, or what do you call this as අපි ලියුවා නේද? Here. Operation ratios අපි ලියමු. A kind of ratios, a kinds of ratios, a kinds of ratios a kinds of ratios calculated to measure the efficiency of business activities. Efficiency of business activities. Efficiency of business activities. Efficiency of business activities. Clear the right. එන short note එකේ පුතා ඔයාගේ අපි update එකක් දාගමු මෙතන short note එකේ. Right. Third category එක මොකක්ද අපේ? Yes, third category is what? Activity ratios. මෙතන අපි dividend එක දාම මේ divide කරගමුනේ. අතන ඔයාගේ rule එක. Right. මෙතන දාන්න right ඔන්නෝම clearly right. Right, then අපි ගමු. So we මෙතන color එක වෙනස් වුණා. Activity ratios. Which is the third one, third category. Right, out of, so when it's come to activity ratios, lamai, what is the purpose of activity ratios, calculating the activity ratios? Purpose එක මොකක්ද? to calculate the efficiency of business activities. Right. Right. Okay. Right. Then again, Lamai, there are three kinds of activity ratios. So out of them, the first one is what you call as inventory turnover ratio. First one is inventory turnover ratio. Inventory. Sorry. Turnover ratio. Inventory turnover ratio. Right. Clear. පුතා මෙන්න මේක හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. Clear. දැන් මෙන්න මේක පොඩක් comparison එකක් විදිහට මම කියන්න. Liquid ratios we expressed as a what? A ratio like this. Liquid ratios කොහොම නේද පුතා හැදුවේ? present කරේ. Liquid එක. Liquid ratio. Profitability ratios. Ratios අපි present කරේ percentage එකක් විදිහට. Now we are going to discuss the activity ratios. Remember activity ratios. When we are presenting the activity ratios, most of the time we are presenting them as number of times or number of turns. Turns විදියට තමයි අපි කියන්නේ. හැමතිස්සෙම අපි ඔකට ටික සිංහලෙන් කිව්වොත් ඒක වාර ගානක් කියලා කියන්නේ පුතා. We are calling this as අර සිංහල වාර ගාන. මෙච්චර වාර සංඛ්‍යා. percentage එකක් නෙමෙයි. ratio එකකුත් නෙමෙයි. වාර ගාන. So we are presenting always the activity ratios as number of times. So that is what you have to remember. Always we are presenting the activity ratios as time. Then තේරෙනවද difference එක? මෙයා present කරන්නේ ratios. Make a percentage. Make a activity ratios. We are presenting as turns or number of times. Clear the right. That with that knowledge, we will have the inventory turnover ratio. පුතා inventory turnover ratio එකේ අපි කියන්නේ මෙහෙම කතාවක්. How many times our inventory became sales or converted into sales? ඒක තමයි මේ calculate කරන්න යන්නේ. How many times our inventory converted into sales? දැන් මෙහෙම හිතන්නකො ළමයි. Within a specific period of time. දැන් හිතන්න මෙහෙම. There's 1 year period of time is there. Let's say we buy the stocks and we sell the stock. Again we buy the stocks. Again we sell the stock. Again we buy the stock. Again we sell the stock. Again we buy the stock and we could not sell that stock at the end of this year. දැන් ඕක නෙමෙයිද පුතා වෙන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය බිස්නස් එක. ස්ටොක් එක ගන්නවා විකුණනවා. ස්ටොක් එක ගන්නවා විකුණනවා. ස්ටොක් එක ගන්නවා විකුණනවා. Clearද? So that is what is happening. ඉතින් මේකේ පුතා දැන් ඔයා හිතන්නකෝ දැන් we are going to measure the performance of the business. If the number of times we are purchasing and selling, we are purchasing the stocks and selling, if that number of times is higher, isn't that business good? Good නේ. හොඳයිනේ. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ තමයි ඔයා පුදුවන් තරලා ස්ටොක් ගන්නවා විකුණනවා ස්ටොක් එක ගන්නවා විකුණනවා එහෙම ලවං බිස්නස් එකක් උදා ඔයා මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ මේ තව බිස්නස් එකක් තියෙනවා මේක මෙහෙමයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ beginning the year they bought the stocks by mid of the year they got sold all the stocks and they bought another one time and they could not sell that දැන් ලාමේ බිස්නස් දෙකේ මොන බිස්නස් එකද හොඳ this business is good why මේකේ පුතා සේල් එක හොඳට තියෙනවා. Once you are purchasing, you're selling. You're purchasing, you're selling. So the number of times your stock has converted into sales is more in this business. So this business is good. But this business just converted your stocks into sales only one time throughout the year. So this business is not much efficient. Make a efficient name, yeah, efficient. එයා ගේනවා ස්ටොක් එක ඉවරයි. ගේනවා ස්ටොක් එක ඉවරයි. ආයෙ ගේනවා ඉවරයි. මේක නියමයි. මේක poor. මේක වැඩක් නෑ ආවේ බිස්නස් එක. ඒක කැල්කියුලේට් කරන රේෂියෝ එක මොකද්ද? Inventory turnover ratio. ඕක තමයි පුතා inventory turnover ratio එක calculate කරන්නේ. Inventory turnover ratio calculates how many times your stock converted into sales throughout a specific period of time. ඔක පුතා specific period of time ගන්න 1 year ගන්න පුළුවන්. Or else you can mainly පුතා අපි 1 year තමයි calculate කරන්නේ. But if you want you can calculate for a quarter or a 1 month or whatever you want. But usually we are calculating for a 1 year period of time. Clear the පුතා මේකේ meaning එක තේරුණාද? එතකොට if your inventory turnover ratio is higher, your business is efficient, which means what? The number of times you have converted your stock into sales is more. Clear the clear නේද ළමයි understood? ඒක ළමයි අඩුයි නම් ඔයාගේ stock එක move වෙන්නේ නැහැ. stock එක අර business එකට ගෙනාවට පස්සේ ඉතුරු වෙනවා. ඔහේ පල්ලෙවි තියනවා කියලා අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ කියන්නේ ස්ටොක් එක ගෙනාවට පස්සේ එහෙම තිය අවුරුදු ගානක ඒ ස්ටොක් එකම තමයි. ඒ අන්තිමට මේක මෙතන මේ වගේ බිස්නස් වල පුතා එක්ස්පයරේෂන්ස් වැඩි. ඇයි? ස්ටොක් එක විකිනෙන්නේ එක්ස්පයර්. මෙයාගේ හෝල්ඩින් කොස්ට් එකත් වැඩි. අපි ස්ටොක් හෝල්ඩින් කොස්ට් එක කියලා කතා කරා මතකද? හෝල්ඩින් කොස්ට් වැඩි. එකම ස්ටොක් එක ඉතුරු වෙනවා. හෝල්ඩින් ස්ටොක්ස් වැඩි වෙනවා. කොස්ට් එක වැඩි වෙනවා. මේ එක්ස්පයරේෂන්ස් වැඩි වෙනවා. ඩැමේජස් වැඩි වෙනවා මේ වගේ බිස්නස් වල මේ වගේ ඉන්එෆිෂන්ට්. මේක it's not because their stocks is always converting into sales, so the stocks are moving. Clear? That is what we are calculating from inventory turnover. This always expressed as a number of times. Then පුතා තේරෙනවනේ මේක times. දැන් මේක keep times කීයක්? දැන් මේ times කීයකට convert වෙලාද? 1 time, 2 time, 3 time ඔහොම convert වෙලා තියෙනවා. 3 times convert වෙලා. මේක only 1 time. That's why we are saying that we are expressing that as a terms, right? Clear the right අපි ලියමු inventory turnover ratio. තාම calculate කරන්න කොහොමද කියලා කිව්වේ නෑ. formula එක දෙන්නම්. understand කරගන්න meaning එක. Inventory turnover ratio. A ratio which shows the number of times. The ratio which shows the number of times the inventory converted into sales. The inventory converted එක stocks කියන එකම තමයි inventory stocks මෙතනදී පුතා no matter stocks and inventory both are same කියලා ගත්ත no problem. The number of time the inventory got converted into sales. අපි එහෙමද කිව්වේ කොහොමද කිව්වේ? Yes, number of times the ratio which shows the number of times the inventory converted into sales within a specific period of time. Within a specific period of time. Put a star mark and write below that definition. Inventory turnover ratio shows how fast or how fast or speed our inventory convert into stocks. Right. කොහොමද පුතා මේක calculate කරන්නේ? මේක calculate කරන්නේ කොහොමද? This is how you are calculating. Inventory turnover ratio equals cost of sales divided by average stock. Average stocks. Right. Average stock එකක් කියන්නේ පුතා මොකද්ද? Very simple. Average stock equals average stock equal opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. Beginning of the period, when you are starting the period, what is the stock you had? That is what you call the opening stock. At the end of the period, when you are finishing your year, what is the stock you remain on your hand? That is what you call as closing stock. To be amalgamated these two values and divided by 2, that is the value you are getting average stock. මේ average stock එකේ value එක තමයි පුතා ඔයා මෙන්න මෙතනට ගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? That should be in the top part you have to take the cost of sales. Cost of sale එක ගන්න කොතනින්ද පුතා? මේ income statement එකේ ගන්න මෙතන. මේ තියෙන cost of sale එක. මෙන්න cost of sale එක. ඔයාගේ අර අපේ draft එකේ හඳගත්තේ. එතනින් ගත්තා. අර values දෙක statement of financial position එකෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන්. opening stock එකයි closing stocks periods දෙකේ දුන්නාම ඒ දෙක වෙනම ගන්න පුළුවන්. Clear? Is that all right? This is how you are calculating. එහෙනම් පුතා ලියන්න formula එක. Formula එක ලියන්න. Wait. Inventory turnover ratio equals cost of sales divided by average stock. Put a star mark and write average stock equals opening stock plus closing stocks clear lamai average stock equals opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. Clear lamai? Okay, they're right. So that is how you are calculating. So this is the first type of what activity ratios. So activity ratios lamai first type එක මේක. එහෙනම් අපි update කරගමුද අපේ short note එකේ first one activity ratio. Activity ratios. Activity ratios, first one inventory turnover. Inventory turnover ratio. කොහොමද calculate කරන්නේ ළමයි? Yes. Cost of sales divided by average stock. Into 100 එහෙම scene එකක් නෑ මේකේ. There's no into 100. We are expressing this as number of types. Clear them, right? So that is the first type. Second type, what we are going to discuss, ළමයි අපේ second type එක තමයි activity ratios වල. Second type is Debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio. Clear there? Right. Put on the make up number of times we are expressing as number of times. This is what does it mean? Make a meaning make. Now we do credit sales. Now we credit to sales karna sales on credit basis we are doing එතකොට තමයි debtors ලා create වෙන්නේ. So that as a result of that we are getting what? Debtors created. So once we do sales on credit or credit sales, මම CS කියලා credit sales වලට. And thereafter we are collecting from debtors. Again we are doing credit sales. Again we are collecting. Again we are doing credit sales. Again we are collecting from the debtors. Now is credit to sales karna credit to credit basis we are doing the sales. Then we collect the money from the debtors and again we are doing sales on credit basis. Again we are doing. Now here දැන් මේක මම මේක simple වට understand කරගන්න තමයි මෙහෙම කිව්වේ clear ද ඒතකොට මේකේ පුතා we are going to calculate how efficient we are going to collect the cash from our debtors. If we are collecting more and more throughout the years, then our efficiency is good. If we are collecting less times during the year, then our efficiency is low. That is what we are calculating by the ratio of debtors turnover ratio. So, debtor turnover ratio we calculate කරන්නේ මොනවද? අපි කොච්චර credit sale වලට කරලා ඊට පස්සේ අපි credit sale කරපු ගාන නෙමෙයි හොයන්නේ. Yes, after doing credit sales, how efficiently we collect the cash from our debtors, how many times we were able to collect cash from debtors throughout the years. That is what we are calculating from this. එතකොට මෙන්න මේවා කීයක් ආවද කියන එක තමයි හොයන්නේ. අර කලින් එකේ වගේම තමයි මේ number of times කීයක් ආවද කියලා හොයන්නේ. collections කීයක් times කීයක collect කරගත්තද. That is the meaning. එතකොට අපි හොඳට collect කරගන්න ඕන අන්න අපේ business එකේ නියමයි. මොකද පුතා අපි credit වල sales කරා කියලා වැඩක් නෑනේ. cash ආවේ නැත්තම්. Understood? So we are not in good position if we do not collect the required amounts from the debtors. Debtors ලාගෙන් සල්ලි එකතු කරගත්තේ නැත්තම් වැඩක් නෑ. අපි તો හොඳට credit sales කළා. We have done so many credit sales but we have unable or we have not become able to collect them from the debtors on time, then we are not in good business. අපි business එකේ හොඳ නැහැ. Clear? That is what we are going to calculate. Clear? Right. Now අපි ලියමු debtors turnover ratio. That is the second kind of activity ratios. Right. A ratio which calculates how efficiently a ratio which calculates how efficiently the business collects cash from debtors. The business collects cash from debtors. How efficiently the business collects cash from debtors. Right. පුතා කොහොමද මේක calculate කරගන්නේ? Yes, very simple. Credit sales, you have to get the credit sales. Sales you did based on credit. credit වලට කොච්චර sale එකක් කරාද කියන එක. Divided by average debtors. පුතා average debtors calculate කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Similar to the previous one. Average debtors equals opening balance of debtors plus closing balance of debtors divided by 2. මෙන්න මේ value එක තමයි පුතා you have to take here. Clear? Is that understood? Clear නේද? Right. Credit sale එක පුතා you will get. අපිට credit sale එක දෙනවා. දැන් මෙතන පුතා අපි ඕනනම් income statement එකේ ගිහිල්ලා බලන්න. මේ income statement එකේ පුතා තියෙන්නේ sales තියෙන්නේ. මේ sale එක මෙන්න මේක understand කරගන්න පුතා මම මෙතන මේක අරගෙන පෙන්නන්න. මේ sale එකේ parts දෙකක් තියෙනවා. credit sale එකකුත් තියෙනවා, cash sale එකකුත් තියෙනවා. මේ දෙකම එකතු කළා තමයි පුතා මෙතන තියෙන්නේ. It has been amalgamated. This amalgamated or combined value is the value you are getting to your income statement. Out of that, part of the value is for the credit sales and part of the value is for the cash sales. So you have to, when you are calculating the debtors turnover ratio, you have to take only the credit sale value that can't be found unless you have been given it specifically. ඔයාට එක වෙනම දුන්නේ නැත්නම් පුතා ඔයාට හොයන්න බෑ. ඒකින්ද එක්සෑම් එකේදී ඒක වෙනමම ඔයාට දෙනවා. සේල් එක මෙච්චරයි එකේ cash sales මෙච්චරක් කියලා කිව්වොත් දැන් මෙතන 100 නම් cash sale එක 75 කියලා කිව්වොත් ඔයාට පුළුවන් understand කරගන්න credit sale එක 25. අන්න එහෙමයි හොයන්නේ එක්සෑම් එකේදී. එක්සෑම් එක ඔයාගේ hint එකක් තමයි දෙන්නේ. Clear? මේ sale value එකම පුතා you can't take that as the credit sales unless ඒක කොහේ හරි මෙන්ෂන් කරලා තිබ්බොත් මෙන්න මේ total sale එක ඔක්කොම credit වලට තමයි කරේ කියලා මෙන්ෂන් කරොත් ඔයාට එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් මේක divide කරගන්න මේක break කරගන්න මොකක් හරි hint එකක් ඒගොල්ලෝ දෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ hint එක base කරලා ගන්න credit sale එක විතරයි පුතා ඔයා මෙන්න මෙතනට ගන්නෙ. මෙන්න මෙතනට ඔයා ගන්න ඕනේ. අපි කොතන හැදුවේ මතක නැහැ. Here. මෙන්න මෙතනට credit sale එක කියලා ගන්න පුතා ඒ value එක. Clear? Is that understood right? So we have calculated පුතා already two kinds of activity ratios. So the second one අපි ලියමු එහෙනම් activity ratio එක second type එක. short note එක හදාගෙන යන්න. Second is what? Debtors turnover ratio. Ratio, how to calculate it? Credit sales divided by average debtors. So you are also getting this as a number of times. Number of times තමයි එන්නේ. Clear now, is that understood right? Then the third type of activity ratio සුළම third type එක තමයි total asset turnover ratio. Total asset turnover ratio. Total asset turnover ratio. තමයි this shows එතකොට මම මේකේ formula එක නම් ළමයි very simple, very simple. The sales you have to take sales divided by total assets. Very simple. It shows ළමයි the relationship between your sales and the total assets. So how many times, for an example, මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ ළමයි. මෙහෙම හිතන්න. Your total assets are 1000. Your total sales are 200. Which means what? You are out now. Once you solve this, you are getting 5, which means you are getting 5 times sales, 5 times assets than your sales. නේ ඔයාගේ sale එක වගේ 5 ගුණයක් තමයි ඔයාගේ asset එක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාගේ asset එක වගේ 5 ගුණයක් අඩුවෙන් තමයි ඔයාගේ sale එක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. අන්න ඒක තමයි මෙතන පුතා ratio එක පෙන්නන්නේ. How much you have invested and how much you are getting a sale value. ඒ investment එක කොච්චර sale value එකක් ආවද කියන එක තමයි මෙතනදි පෙන්නන්නේ. Clear නේ? Right. එහෙනම් අපි ලියමු total asset turnover ratio. A ratio which shows a ratio which shows the relationship between the relationship between a relationship between a relationship between sales and total assets. 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 Right. Okay. Look at this one. Now I have the formula sales divided by total assets. Sales divided by total assets. Sales divided by total assets. Right. In your short note as well, පුතා මේක අප්ඩේට් කරගන්න. Which is the third one or third activity ratio. Third activity ratio. Third activity ratio. Total assets turnover ratio. How to calculate it? Sales divided by total assets. Here පුතා sales value එක කොහෙන්ද ගන්නෙ? income statement එකේ උඩම තියෙන sales value එකනේ. So you can take that and the total assets you can find from the statement of financial position. එකෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන් sales value එක. Sorry, asset value එක. Sales value you can always find from the top of the income statement. Income statement එකේ උඩින්ම තියෙන ඒ value එක. Clear is that all right? Good name, right? On a short note for cut then almost we are at the end of the short note as well. තව එකයි පුතා මේක දාගන්න තියෙන්නේ. What is what you call the leverage ratios ටික දාගත්තා නේ ඉවරයි. හරිනේ. අව short note එක දැන් නිකන් බලමු කොයි වගේ තියෙන කියලා මෙන්න ලස්සනට තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මෙන්න මේ වගේ එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ දැන් වාගේ. මේ පැත්තේ part එක අපි දාමු. ඔන්න තියෙනවා. Clear නේ ළමයි? Is that all right? Good. Right. එහෙනම් අපි ළමයි activity ratios all we have discussed. Shall we move to our tute and complete the question? Question එක ටක් ගාලා complete කරගමු. Here. Some of the students have asked me where's this tute ළමයි it is in your group. So ආගේ groups එකට මම එවලා ඇති. එවලා නැත්නම් ආයෙ පාරක් එවන්න. Right. Okay. So the question number 3. Following are some information relevant to Yenuli's business for the year ending 31st December 2025. So you have been given some information and asking you to calculate. Let me look at this one. Asking you to calculate debtors turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio, which is what you call as the inventory turnover ratio, the same thing. Total asset turnover ratio, right? Put up calculate karenge one by one. Debtors turnover ratio, right? Debtors turnover ratio. How to calculate the debtors turnover ratio? අපි මුලින්ම stock turnover ratio එක ගමුද? නැත්නම් මේකනේ අපි ඒ විදිහට ඉගෙන ගත්තේ. So stock turnover ratio or the inventory turnover ratio. We will calculate the first that. අපි මුලින්ම මේක calculate කරමුනේ. Right, inventory turnover ratio. Inventory turnover ratio. Cost of sales. පුතා cost of sales calculate කරගන්න වෙනවා. Now you go back to your notes and see how to calculate the inventory turnover ratio, cost of sales divided by average stocks. Now have you been given the cost of sales here? No. The cost of sale එක දීලා නැහැ. So but you have been given a hint to calculate. මේ බලන්න පුතා calculate කරන්න hint එකක් දීලා තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කියනවා the business sets its profit by markup of 25%, which means what පුතා මේ 25% markup එකත් එක්ක දැන් cost of sales කියන්නේ මොනවද පුතා? ඔයා දන්නවනේ cost of sale එකක් කියන්නේ. මේ ඇයිද sale එක. මේකෙන් අපේ profit එකත් එක්ක. මේ තියෙන්නේ අපි ගත්ත බඩු ටික profit එකත් එක්ක profit එක add කළා විකුණුවාට පස්සේ ගන්න. දැන් cost of sale කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? ගත්ත බඩු වල ගාණ. Understood the cost of sales කියලා කියන්නේ simple meaning එක තමයි පුතා. ඔයා ගත්ත බඩු වල ගාණනේ. දැන් මේ තියෙන්නේ ගත්ත බඩු වල ගාණද? No. This is the sale value which means including the profit. දැන් පුතා මේගොල්ලෝ කියනවා මේ profit එක 25%. ඉතින් කොහොමද මේක calculate කරන්නේ මේ අහන්නේ? How we are calculating? In whatever the business cost එකට profit එක එකතු කරනවා. එතකොට තමයි පුතා sales value එක එන්නේ, sales price එක එන්නේ. මේ formula එක දන්න නැත්නම් ලියන්න. cost එක plus profit which is the sales price. sales price එක එන්නේ ඔන්න ඔහොමයි. දැන් මේගොල්ලෝ sales price එකේ මේ බලන්න මේගොල්ලෝ කියනවා ඒගොල්ලෝගේ 25% add කරලාලු cost එක හදාගන්න. cost එකට 25% add කරලාලු sale value එක තියෙන්නේ. Yes. So the profit එක එහෙනම් කීයද පුතා? 25. 25. cost එක 100 නම් ඒකට 25 add කරන්න ඕනේ. මේ ඒකනේ කියන්නේ මේ the business sets its price by a markup of 25%, which means what? 25%. percent කියන්නේ පුතා percentage 100 නම් cost එක ඒකට 25 add කරලා 100 නම් cost එකකට 25 add කරලා තමයිලු sales price එක හදන්නේ. එහෙනම් කීයද? sales price එක 25 125. Clear ද පුතා ඒ point එක තේරුණාද? right. මේ 125 තමයි මෙන්න මෙතන මේ දීලා තියෙන්නේ. මේ value එක තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. 100,000 1 million sorry 1 million. මේ 1 million value එක තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. cost එක හොයාගන්න නම් පුතා very simple මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ මේ 1 million value එක 125 වලින් divide කරලා ඔයා 100 වලින් multiply කරොත් ඔයාට එනවා cost එක. ඒක තමයි ඔයාගේ cost of sale එක. Clear ළමයි understood? This is how you are calculating. මෙන්න මේ points තමයි පුතා ඉගෙන ගන්න. මේවා ratio එක නෙවෙයි මේක mathematically. මේ mathematical pass තමයි ළමයිට පුතා අමාරු කියන්නේ. ඒතොර you can understand this 125 how you got this 125. Yes, by adding 25% for 100 of the cost. ඒකනේ මේ point එකෙන් කියන්නේ මෙතන මේ final point එකෙන් කියන්නේ the business මේ business markups 25% for its cost කියලා. Yes. So එතකොට මේ 25% තමයි මේ තියෙන්නේ. Cleared? So once you divide your sale value by 125 and multiply it by 100, you are getting your cost of sales. What is the value you are getting? මේක sort out කරගන්න පුතා. Solve කරගන්න. Cleared? Yes. Divided by 125 into 100, which is 800,000. So 800,000 is your cost. මෙන්න මෙතන cost එක කියලා පුතා. ඒතර 100 කියන අපේ cost එකනේ. 800,000 is the value we are getting. So that is your cost of sales. අන්න පුතා cost of sale එක හොයාගත්ත එහෙමයි. Clear? So this is your cost of sales. Understood? Cost of sale එක ළමයි you have not been given it directly. Directly දීලා නැහැ. So you have to find. Right. So once you find the cost of sales, which is very easy, so you can calculate the debtors turnover ratio. And debtors turnover ratio calculate කරන්න කොහොමද? Yes. Sorry. අපි inventory turnover ratio එක මුලින් calculate කරන්නේ. This one. How to calculate? Yes. Cost of sales we found 800,000 divided by ළමයි average stocks. ළමයි average stock එක හොයන්නේ කොහොමද? Opening stock එකයි closing stock එකයි එකතු කරලා එක දෙකෙන් බෙදන්න. Within average stock එක හොයන්නේ නම් first opening stock you have been given 150, closing stock you have been given 250. So altogether how much? 400,000 divided by it by 200,000. So you have to divide this by 200,000. මේක 200,000 වලින් divide කරන්න. Clear? 4. Always you have to write times or turns. Clear? Why? I told you we are getting these activity ratios always in times or terms. Clear? Is that understood? Is that understood? Clear? Any problem? Let me know. Right. Thereafter, what we have to calculate is debtors turnover ratio. Debtors turnover ratio kata puta calculate කරන්න යන්නේ. Debtors turnover. How to calculate the debtors turnover ratio? Credit sales divided by average debtors. Credit sales. Puta then credit sales. Have you been given directly the credit sales? Nah. Sale එක තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ. Sales value එක. Credit sales no. You have not been given directly, but you have been given a hint to calculate the credit sales. May total sale එකෙන් පුතා 75% credit sales to. It's very simple. Out of this 1 million, 75% you take, that is the credit sales. So the credit sales is how much? 750,000. 750,000. So you can calculate, very simple. The amount calculate කරන්න මෙන්න මේක. When a different color එකක් දාමු. Credit sales. You have to write the formula. Okay then. Right. Debtors turnover equals credit sales divided by average debtors. Credit sales we found. You can remember what මතකයි පුතා අපි කොහොමද හෙව්වේ? Total sales වලින් 75% ලු credit sales. So you have to take that. Average debtors. Average debtors. How to calculate? Initial debtors or the opening debtor value plus the closing debtor value divided by 2. මේ බාන්න මේ trade receivables කියලා කියන්නේ පුතා debtors ළම තමයි. Accounting වල knowledge නැති කට්ටියක තමයි මම මේ හදන්නේ ටික ටික. Trade receivable means the same like debtors. So the openings period එකේ with yes 300,000. End එකේ 500,000. Amalgamate or collect these two values divided by 2. How much? 3 plus 5, 8 divided by 2, it is 4. 400,000. So you have to divide this by 400,000. Divide this by 400,000. Clear then? 1.87. Always write times or terms. Very simple තමයි. මේක අන්ඩර්ස්ටෑන්ඩ් කරගත්තා නම් මාරම ලේසි මේ එන ගාන හදාගන්න. ඔයාට ක්වෙස්චන් එක ලකුණු ටිකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් හොඳ situation. Right. Finally, we are going to calculate the total asset turnover ratio, asset turnover. Yes. How to calculate the asset turnover? Total asset turnover ratio. Total sales divided by total assets. Ne? Total sales divided by total assets. Very simple. Sales value is 1 million divided by total assets. පුතා බලන්න total assets දීලා තියෙනවද? assets ගන්න කොහොමද? assets කියලා කියන්නේ පුතා total assets means current assets plus the non-current assets. So you have to take both of these values together. What is the value? 9 plus 2, 12. Ne? Yes. 1.2 million. 1.2 million. So you have to divide this by 1.2 million. Which is 10 divided by 12. Ne? 10 divided by 12. 8.3. Sorry, 0.83. Very simple. හරිනේ ළමයි. ඔන්න ඔය වගේ පුදී කැල්කියුලේෂන් එකක් තමයි නේ හැබැයි පුතා ඔයාගේ ඉන්ටර්ප්‍රිට් කරන්න. මම අර knowledge එක දෙන්නේ ඔයාට මේක ඉන්ටර්ප්‍රිට් කරන්න කිව්වොත් ඔයාට කියන්න පුළුවන්. Now throughout the period how many times we have collected, how many times දැන් මේක මට බලලා කියන්න ළමයි. Throughout the period how many times we have converted our stock into sales? 4 times. Throughout the period how many times we have managed to collect the cash from debtors? 1.7, so 1.87 times. How much of how much of sales we have out of our as a ratio of our assets? 0.83. Clear? මේකෙන් පෙන්නන්න පුතා මෙතන terms ගානක් නෙමෙයි ගන්න අපි. මෙතන terms නෙමෙයි මෙතන. terms නෙමෙයි මෙතන ගන්න පුතා ratio එකක් විදියට. දැන් මේ දෙකම terms මේක ratio. එන්නේ එතන පොඩි වෙනසක් තියෙනවා ආයි. මේවා terms විදියට ගත්තට මේක ratio එකක්. මෙතන terms කියලා ලියන්න එපා. මේක නිකන් ratio එකක් විදියට ගන්න අපි. Clearද? අර totally ළමයි අපි මෙන්න මේ දෙකම terms ඉඳන් මාතර terms කිය මෙතන ratio එකක් විදියට අපි calculate කරන්න ඕනේ. Clearද? Do not write terms. Right. Okay. So that is the end of activity ratios. ඔන්න පුතා activity ratios ටිකත් අපි discuss කළා ඉවරයි. One more thing we have discussed, that is what? Leverage ratio. So what do you call this as? Leverage ratios නැත්නම් අපි මොනවද කියන්නේ? Gearing ratios කියලා අපි ඒවට කියනවා. එහෙනම් have the topic. ටක් ගාලා ඉවරයි ළමයි. තව පොඩ්ඩයි තියෙන්නේ. කතා කරලා ඉවර කරා. Right. අපි අන්තිම එක දැන් short note එකට දාන්න යන්නේ. Gearing ratios or the leverage ratios. Leverage ratios, or we call this as gearing. Right. Have the topic. Right, ළමයි. What is the purpose of calculating these leverage ratios? ළමයි, this is kind of relationship is there when it's come to liquidity ratios. පුතා liquidity ratio එකේ අපි calculate කරේ මොනවද? What is the purpose of calculating liquidity ratios? To measure the short term insolvency. පුතා මෙතනදී ඔයාගේ purpose එක තමයි long term insolvency. Calculating or have the measure for long-term insolvency. Clear name lamai. Now, then what about Q&A puta, when we are doing the liquidity ratios, there are two kinds of debts you have to settle. Short-term debts and the long-term debts. In liquidity ratios or liquidity ratios, we calculate how far the business can settle their short-term debts. But here we are going to calculate how far the business can settle their long-term debts. That is what you know as the long-term insolvency. Clear that? අන්න points ටික මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙනම් we'll have the topic first. We'll have the topic first and write leverage ratios or the gearing ratios. Kinds of ratios, kinds of ratios which are calculating to measure or to show to measure or to show long term wait to measure or to show the ability of the business to settle long term debts long term debts. Put a star mark below the definition and write leverage ratios shows the long term insolvency. The leverage ratios shows the long term insolvency. Clear the right. එහෙනම් අපි short note එකේ පුතා update එකක් දාමු ටක් ගාලා. Fourth category is what? Leverage ratios. Fourth one, leverage or gearing ratios. What is the purpose? Our purpose එකේම short term එක long term එක. Long term අපි උඩින් ලියලා තියෙන මොකක්ද කියලා චුට්ටක් බලමු පුතා. short term එකේම අනිත් එක හදුවලා හරි. Insolvency ද ලිව්වේ short term insolvency. එහෙනම් මෙතන long term insolvency කියලා ලියන්න. Long term insolvency. Right. Now we are going to discuss what are the types. Again, Puta, there are only 3 types of leverage ratios. Once we discuss them, our lesson is over. Right. මේ session එක ඉවරයි. lesson එක ඉවරෙන්නේ ඊළඟ set එක අපේ financial systems කරපුවාම ඉවරයි. Right, okay then. Now, have the topic types of leverage ratios. Types of leverage ratios. Types of leverage ratios. Types of leverage ratios. Right, පුතා before that මෙන්න මේක පොඩ්ඩක් ඔළුවට දාගන්න මේක ඔයා short note එකක් විදිහට ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ. මෙන්න මේ calculation එකේදී there are two situation මේ පොඩි දේවල් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. මේක සමහරවිට accounting කරලා ළමයි දන්නේ නැති හින්දා මම මේවා ආයි ගන්නන්නේ. There are two things you have to know. Debt, capital and equity capital. මේ equity capital දෙක නම් පුතා මම කලින් කියලා දුන්නා. So equity capital කියලා කියන්නේ stated capital. Stated capital or as අපි මේකට කියනවා පුතා ordinary shares. Ordinary shares. Plus the reserves. මෙන්න මේ parts ටික තමයි ළමයි you have to take when it's called as equity capital. පුතා equity capital කිව්වහම ඔයා ගන්න මෙන්න මේ පාස් ටික මොකද stated capital plus the reserves. When you are saying the debt capital කිව්වහම you have to take preference shares. මේක නෝට් එකක් විදිහට පුතා ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මේක ඕනේ වෙනවා ඔයාට. මේ අපේ මේ leverage ratios when you are calculating the leverage ratio, this is the basic knowledge you need to have. Clear? වැඩි හිතන්න යන්න එපා. Those who do not know accounting වැඩි හිතන්න යන්න එපා. මේක මෙහෙමයි කියලා හිතාගෙන you can do the calculation. That's all. මම උගන්වන්නේ මේ විදිහට. ඔයාට බැරි වුණත් මේක පුළුවන් මේ ටික දාගත්තා නම් ඇති. That's all. Preference shares plus debentures plus long-term loans. Clear? මෙන්න මේ ටිකේ ළමයි amalgamation එක. If you take amalgamation of all these 3 points, that is what you known as the debt capital. Clear? Debt capital කිව්වම පුතා ඔයා ගන්න ඕනේ මෙන්න මේ ටික. Equity capital කිව්වම මෙන්න මේ ටික. Can you have that in your notes? එක කොහේ හරි පුතා පොඩි note එකක් දාගෙන ආගේ notes වල. Because this is really required when we are doing the leverage ratio calculations. Doesn't matter ඔයාර topic එක ලිව්වනේ. Types of leverage ratios කියලා ඒක ඕන කපලා මේක short note එක දාගන්න ඊට පස්සේ අපි ආයෙ ඕන topic එක දාගමු. මොකද මේ knowledge එක required. මේක දන්නේ තියෙන තාලා ඔක වරද්ද ගන්න. Clear නේද? Right. All had හරි නේද? Now you can have that topic types of leverage ratios, right? And after types of leverage ratios kata karam puta. Yes. First one is debt ratio. First one is debt ratio. First one is debt ratio. Right. පුතා debt ratio එකෙන් පෙන්නන්නේ the ratio between the total capital and the debt capital. දැන් මේ අහන්න මේක ආයෙත් පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න මේ. දැන් debt capital plus equity capital මේ දෙකේ එකතුවට පුතා නැත්තම් මේ all of them ඔක්කොම එකතුව මම මෙහෙම ගන්න මේ දෙකේම පුතා එකතුවට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් මොකද්ද? total capital. Which means what? Total capital equals debt capital plus the equity capital. Equity capital එකේ components ටික මේක. These are the components of the equity capital. These are the components of debt capital. But once you amalgamate both of these debt capital and the equity capital, that is what you known as the total capital. So this ratio calculates out of your total capital how much of debt capital you have. So how to calculate that? Total capital you have to take to down and debt capital to the top. You can multiply it by 100 because you can present it as a percentage even. Clear the පුතා හරි එහෙනම් ලියන්න debt ratio a ratio which shows the relationship between the total capital and the debt capital. Total capital and the debt capital. Right. ළමයි එතකොට when we are calculating this one මෙන්න මෙහෙමයි ඔය calculate වෙන්නේ. Now for an example අපි හිතමු debt capital එක ඔයාගේ 200 තිබුණා කියලා. 200. ඒ 200 ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන පුතා මෙන්න මෙහෙම. මෙතන 50. මෙතන 100. මෙතන 50. ඔන්න ඔය values ටික එකතු වෙලා තමයි පුතා ඔයාගේ 200 ආවේ කියලා හිතන්න exit. Here also පුතා අපි හිතමු මෙතන ඔයාගේ 300 තියෙනවා total equity capital කියලා. It has come stated capital of the ordinary share capital is 150 and the reserves are 150. These two values gives you the 300. So let me know what is your total capital. Then what total capital is 200 plus 300. This is 500. How to calculate the formula or the thing what we just learned, which is what you call debt ratio. Debt ratio calculate කරන කොහොමද පුතා? ඔයාගේ total capital එක දාන්න පල්ලෙහැයි debt capital එක උඩින් දාගන්න. Clear? Debt capital එක උඩින් දාගන්න. කීයද? 200. Total capital එක 500 into 100. You are getting the value. Clear? Is that understood? අන්න එහෙමයි calculate කරලා අපි question එකේදී ඔක හදමු. Clear? Right. So that is how you are calculating the debt capital. එහෙනම් අපි short note එක update එක කරමු. දැන් final හරිය යන්නේ. Short note එක update කරමු. Debt ratio. Debt ratio. How to calculate debt capital divided by total capital into 100 into 100. Clear there, am I good there? Right, good. Right, අපි එතකොට so we will divide this like this නේ. Right. Then the second type, then this is the first type of leverage ratio. Second type of leverage ratio is what? Second type of leverage ratio is what? Debt equity ratio. Debt equity ratio. Debt equity ratio. Here, make a second type of leverage ratios. Here, how we are going to calculate? आपके formula का पे लिखवा नहीं तो पुता खा लेंगे equity में debt ratio के debt ratio equals आप लिखवा नहीं थे बेटा दिवे नेता लिया करना होगा मैं formula का लिखवा नहीं debt capital divided by total capital. So you have to write it. Short form, short note as well as in your notes. Right. So the second type of leverage ratio is debt equity capital. Puta mekem pennanne how much of debt capital you have over your equity capital. Into 100 if you want. Clear? So how much of debt capital you have against your equity capital? एक दाव के पेन ना clear ना. For an example में हम क्या ना आपे short में example लेके आपे example लेके where did we make it? Here मेरा बात में how much of equity capital we have? 300. How much of debt capital we have? 200. So what is the value you are getting by multiplying by 100? Clear? Oh no, very simple. मैं make a done at the short note take daga take. That's why I ask you to have this note. If you don't know what is this, you won't be able to calculate this. Now I make a understand more easily calculate all these ratios. It is nothing much. And also those who are doing accounting, you can use the same kind of knowledge for your accounting as well. Accounting note clear? Right. But there may be some small changes, especially when it's come to uh, what do you call profitable ratios වල පොතා පොඩක් අර tax before the ගන්න after the කියලා ගන්න මම මේක ඉගැන්නුවේ ඔයාගේ BS එකේදී ගන්න ඕනේ ඉගැන්නුවේ සමහර accounting වලදී පුතා lessons වලදී ඔයාට කියනවා එක after tax ගන්න අපි before tax ගත්තට කියලා clear එතන changes වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒ changes බලන්න other than that all other ratios the same way you have to calculate clear නේද ළමයි understood the right and අපි ලියමු the uh, second type of leverage ratio debt equity ratio a ratio which shows the relationship between debt capital and equity capital debt capital and equity capital write the formula debt equity ratio equals debt capital divided by equity capital into 100 debt capital divided by equity capital into 100 right shall we update that in our short note as well පුතාට short note එකට update කරගමු මේක තව එකයි short note එකට අපිට යන්න තියෙන්නේ එතනින් ඉවරයි okay right ඒක second type එක ලියුණාම debt equity ratio debt capital divided by equity capital into 100 clear right ළමයි there's a small thing I have to teach you now when it's come to and make a පොඩ්ඩක් understand කරගන්න මෙන්න මේක very right පුතා debt capital means what the capital which is provided by the people other than the owners ඒ කියන්නේ පුතා අපිට ඔය වෙන වෙන අය දුන්න capital එකනේ මේ debt capital එකෙන් පෙන්නන්නේ this shows what equity capital means what the capital provided by the owners business එකට owners ලා දුන්න capital එක තමයි equity capital කියලා කියන්නේ business එකට වෙන අය owners ලා other people other than the owners ඒ කියන්නේ banks වලින් or any other kinds of people who provided these loans is what you call as debt capital දැන් මේ ratio එකෙන් පෙන්නනවා නේද ළමයි how far දැන් මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ a business is having a like this මෙහෙම හිතන්නකෝ business එකක් තියෙනවා ඒ business එකේ ඒ business එකේ ඒ business එකේ පුතා debt capital එක let's say they are having 100 but equity capital එක 500 which means what out of the total business then total business එකෙන් පුතා වැඩිපුරම capital එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ කවුද owners ලාද non owners ලාද owners ලා දීලා තියෙන්නේ so this is a good situation why majority of the business belongs to whom owners දැන් මේනේ owners ලා මේගොල්ලෝ තමයි owners we are owner මේ non owners පිට කට්ටිය දැන් මේ business එකේ ළමයි majority belongs to whom owners ඇයි 500 they have invested just 100 only invested by the non owners but ළමයි මෙතනක මේ වගේ situation එකක් owners have invested just 100 but the other parties have invested 500. Let me know actually this business belongs to owners or non-owners. මේ business එක ඇත්තටම ළමයි අයිති කාටද? වැඩිපුර සල්ලි දාපු කෙනාට අයිති ළමයි. කාටද අයිති? ඕනර්ස්ටද නෑ. ඕනර්ස්ලා අඩුවෙන් දාලා තියෙන්නේ. වැඩියෙන් සල්ලි දාලා කවුද? non-ownersලා. This business belongs to external parties. This is not a good situation. But in some businesses it could be like this. මෙහෙම වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් some businesses වල. 100 to 100. Exactly the same amount has been invested by the owner and the same amount has been invested by the external parties as well. So all these three situations can have when you are calculating this debt equity ratio. මේ debt equity ratio calculate කරපුවම පුතා සමහර business වල මෙහෙම, සමහර business වල මෙහෙම, සමහර business වල මෙහෙම. මේ වගේ situation එකකට පුතා අපි කියන word එකක් මොකක්ද? equal leverage. Equal leverage එකක් කියලා. ඇයි? The same debt amount has also been invested, say the amount invested by the non-owners or the debt parties as well as the owners are the same. So this is what you call the equal leverage. Now whenever the debt capital is higher than the leverage capital. Sorry, debt capital is higher than the equity capital. Debt capital එකට වඩා ළමයි equity capital එක වැඩි. මේ වගේ situation එකක නේ. මේ වගේ situation එකක that is what you call as low leverage. මේක low leverage. මේකට කියනවා පුතා high leverage එකක් කියලා. Clear? මෙන්න මේ note එක දාගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? එතකොට මෙතන low leverage, high leverage. මේ පොඩ්ඩක් අහන්න මම තව පොඩ්ඩක් මේක explain කරන්න. In a situation where there's low leverage, which means what? Your equity capital. මම මෙතන EQ කියලා ගන්නවා. Equity capital is bigger than the debt capital. Clear? So in that case, you are calling that as what? Low leverage. Clear? What do you mean by high leverage is your equity capital is less than the debt capital. Clear? In equal leverage, your equity capital equals to debt capital. මෙන්න මේ short note එක දාගන්න ඕනේ පුතා. Once you calculate this debt equity ratio, which is the second type of leverage ratio, sometimes at the exam you will be asked to give whether it's low leverage, high leverage or equal leverage කියලා අහන්න පුළුවන්. So this is the knowledge you have to use for that. අන්න මේ knowledge එක තමයි පුතා ඔයා use කරන්න ඕනේ මේ වැඩේට. මේකෙන්ද මේක under the point ආගේ point එක පල්ලෙහෙන් ළමයි මේක දාගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? මෙන්න මේ note එක දාගන්න ඕනේ. Clear? High leverage. ඉතින් මෙතන මේ මම ගත්ත අර ratio එක calculate කරලා ගත්තේ අර this is debt capital divided by the equity capital. නේ? අන්න note එක දාගන්න. So you know what you mean by low leverage, high leverage and the equal leverage or similar leverage කියලා මේකට කියනවා. Similar leverage. Is that understood? මේ knowledge එක දාගන්නවා මේක ඕනේ. So have a star mark can write. අපි මෙතන definition එකයි මේකයි ලිව්වා නේද? Yes, අපි ලිව්වද ළමයි? ලිව්වේ නැද්ද? මේ a ratio which shows the relationship between the debt capital and the equity capital කියලා ලියලා formula එක ලිව්වනේ මේ උඩ තියෙන formula එක. මේ උඩ තියෙන formula එක අපි ලිව්වලා මෙන්න මේ formula එක debt capital divided by equity capital. ඊට පස්සේ මෙන්න මේ knowledge එක දාන්න ඕනේ. This is the knowledge you need to have. දුක් කරන්නලු. මේ තියෙන මම ABC කියලා ගත්ත situations තුනක් Clear? Right. So that is the second type of uh, leverage ratio, which as we have already taken to our short note as well. හරි මේකත් දාගත්තනේ. Right. Then the final ratio under leverage ratio. ඒතර පුතා මේක තමයි final ම ratio එක ඔයා ඉගෙන ගන්න. leverage ratio උත් එතනින් ඉවරයි. session එකත් එතනින්ම ඉවර වෙනවා. Right. අපි හැබැයි calculation එක පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න ඕනේ final question එක tut එකේ. That is what you call the interest coverage ratio. Third leverage ratio is what you call interest coverage ratio. Puta, this is a ratio which shows how many times you can cover your interest or the financial cost. Puta, interest එක financial cost එකයි කියන්නේ දෙකම එකයි. මම මෙතනදී පෙන්නුවා මේ. ඔයාලට පෙන්නුවා මේ. Interest එකයි financial cost එකයි. Almost we are taking at the same. Now this ratio shows how many times you can cover your interest or the financial cost from the profit before the tax. ඔයාගේ profit before tax එකේ කොච්චර times ගානක් මේක cover වෙනවද කියන එකයි බලන්න. Clear? Very simple. එහෙනම් අපි නියමු definition එක. A ratio which shows the number of times the interest can be paid by its profit. The number of times the interest can be paid by its profit. A ratio which shows the number of times the interest can be paid by the profit, by the business profit. That's all. තමයි කොහොමද calculate කරන්නේ? මේක formula එක පොඩ්ඩක් විතර ළමයි ටිකක් විතර ඔයාලට complicated, but do not think about that. ඒක වැඩි හිතන්න යන්න එපා ළමයි. Very simple. Profit after tax ගන්න ඕනේ. Profit after tax plus the interest. You have to again add back the interest. Sorry, the profit before tax ගන්න ඕනේ. Sorry. The profit before tax. Before tax. after tax का तो पुता आए tax का add කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් AC before tax එක ගන්න එකනේ. formula එකත් එකක් complicate කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. after tax එක දාන්න පුළුවන්, but you have to add back the tax again. Better to have the before tax at once divided by plus interest again divided by the interest. Again divided by interest. ළමයි මේ answer එක එන්නේ again ළමයි මේක number of times එන්නේ answer එක. මේක number of times or turns එන්නේ. Again answer. How many times you can cover your interest or you can pay your interest by your profit? That is the answer you are getting from this ratio. Clear? Right. Now අපි ලියමු. Interest coverage ratio equal profit before tax plus interest. Profit before tax plus interest divided by interest. No 100. We can 100 එකක් නෑ because we are getting as a number of times or terms. Turns answer එකක් එන්නේ. Clear? Right. ළමයි finally අපි update කරගමු අපේ short note එක. Interest coverage ratio. How to calculate profit before tax plus interest divided by interest. එතන දාන්න පුතා number of times කියලා. answer එක number of times වලින් එන්නේ. දැන් මේ ඔක්කොම මේ leverage ratios වල පුතා කලින් දෙකම ආවේ percentages, but මේක විතරක් number of times කියලා මතක තියන්න ඕන short note එක complete clear that's the end of leverage ratios and also we have already discussed all the ratios as well puta shall we finally go to our tute and do the final question then our session is over right question number 4 question number 4 really easy right දැන් ඔයා පුතා මෙන්න මේ knowledge එක ඔයාට use කරන්න ඕනේ මෙන්න මේ knowledge එක මොන knowledge එකද මෙන්න මේක තමයි ඔයා use කරන්න knowledge එක මෙන්න මේක short note එකේ වගේ formulas ටික තියෙනවා what do you mean මෙන්න මේක use කරන්න ඕනේ debt capital එකයි equity capital එකේ composition එක අපි යන්දා නේද කෝ debt capital එකේ equity capital එකේ composition එක here මෙන්න මේ knowledge එක use කරන්න ඕනේ very much required for this clearly right okay then we'll move very simple less than 10 minutes අපිට යන්න මේක හදන්න දැන් right so you have been given this question following are some of the information relevant to Run City Traders business for the year ending 31st December 2025 you have been given the preference shares ordinary shares reserves debentures bank loan profit after tax interest as well as 24% pays for its profit tax එක ගාන තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ right okay you have been asked to calculate debt ratio debt equity ratio interest ratio පුතා මුලින්ම first of all we have to have what is the value for the debt capital and the equity capital පුතා debt capital එක equity capital එක හො මෙන්න equity capital එක මෙන්න debt capital එක equity capital may debt capital right you know how to calculate පුතා බලන්න preference shares debt capital or equity capital it is debt capital so you have to take that to the ඔයාගේ note එක බලන්න short note එකේ අපි හදාගත්තේ right ඒක බලන්න 50 ordinary shares 650,000 that is equity capital reserves equity capital debentures debt capital bank loan debt capital profit after tax those interest those are not relevant then ගන්න පුතා කීයද 8,800 sorry 800,000 නේ here 550,000 this is the debt capital පුතා මේ දෙකේ amalgamation එක ගත්තොත් that is what you call may value එකේ that is what you call the total capital clear නේ right දැන් අපි හදමු ගන්න very simple debt ratio how to calculate the debt ratio පුතා debt ratio හොයන්නේ කොහමද debt ratio equals how to calculate the formula debt ratio කොහොමද පුතා debt ratio හොයන්නේ debt capital divided by the total capital debt capital is how much 550 divided by total capital means lamai මෙන්න මේ value එකේ amalgamation එක තමයි කියන්නේ debt capital plus the equity capital is what you call as total capital එහෙනම් total capital එක කීයද 1350 නේ මේක තමයි total capital එහෙනම් මේක බෙදන්න ළමයි total එකෙන් into 100 clear so that is the debt capital %. 40% debt ratio we calculate very simple right next one debt equity ratio පුතා debt equity ratio එක calculate කරන්න කොහොමද debt capital you have to take debt capital එක ගන්න 550 divide by equity capital into 100 into 100 0 sorry 68% ne 68%. ළමයි. I told you, මතකද මම මෙතන කිව්වා once you calculate the debt equity ratio, you have to explain whether this is high leverage, low leverage or equal leverage. මේක පුතා high leverage ද, low leverage ද, equal leverage ද, equal ද නැහැ. එහෙනම් මේ values දෙකම similar වෙන්න ඕනේ. high leverage ද, high leverage වෙන පුතා මේ උඩ value එක debt capital එක වැඩි වෙන්න ඕනේ. දැන් debt capital ද වැඩි equity capital. equity capital. එහෙනම් මේක low leverage එකක් මෙතන තියෙන්නේ. You have to say low leverage. මේ question එක අහන්න ඒත් පුතා for your understanding මෙතන ලියන්න low leverage. ඔයාගේ අර note එක බලන්න ඕනේ මෙන්න මෙතන මම දුන්නේ special note එක. මෙන්න මෙතන special note එක බලන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට relevant knowledge එක එතන තියෙන්නේ. මෙන්න මේ knowledge එක. Clearද? Right. Good. So finally, they are asking you to calculate the interest coverage ratio. Interest coverage ratio. How to calculate the interest coverage ratio? Profit before tax gone. Yes, profit before tax. But I made it profit after tax. Then what before tax unknown. Clear? Puta. Now you have to have your mathematical knowledge. This is once you deduct 24%. Then income tax will clear the 24%. May I will profit after tax, which means you have already deducted this 24%. Clear? So this equals to what? This equals to 100 minus 24. Make a tamai equal. 100 minus 24 ke 76%. So this equals to 76%. We want before, now this is 76%. We want 100. So what to do? Divide this by 76 and multiply it by 100. Clearly, this is after tax, which means you have already deducted 24%. So we want before tax, which is 100. For 100. So what you have to do is you have to divide this 760 by 76 into 100. You will get before tax value. It is almost 7. It is 1 million. So before tax 1 million. Plus you have to add the interest. Put interest interest 50,000. So you have to add the 50,000. Divided by again interest I 50,000 තමයි ගන්න. එතකොට කීයද පුතා 1,50,000 divided by 50 21. You know we always calling this as times, times 21 times, which means what? You can cover your interest cost by profits 21 times. You can cover your interest 21 times from your profit. So that is the meaning. Clear? That's the end of our session. Clear? I understood that. So that is how we did. So I hope you got everything. This is totally enough for the exam. Exam at least one more time video calculations. Totally enough for the exam. Totally enough for the exam. Clear? Right. Okay. So we are going to wind up the session. So if you have, I'm not taking much time to, because already we have consumed 4 hours. So I'm not taking much time. So if you have any questions, put a short note. Is that all right? Short note is good. Short note. Yes. Make a short note. Yes. When a short note, very brief short note is there. So you can have within. So altogether, all 4 things are there. Make a part with the number 2, with the number 2, with the number 1, 2, 3. Clear? So this is what we did. Hari. Good. Make up category, purpose, ratio, formula. Clearly. Right. So we are going to wind up the session. If you have any questions, let me know.